right, now we're connected to the live stream, and I'll return the host powers back to you.
Okay.
And you are all set here.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, well, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks.
For stopping.
Bye.
Have a nice day too. Bye.
Good morning, Benjamin. When I tried to use the email Zoom link, it didn't work. I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Hi, James. Good morning. What happened?
It said invalid link, and so I had to just use the link that
Yeah.
Tommy sent out to us.
Okay. I see Melissa and Tan here who are using that link.
Okay.
So, I'm hoping that that's a sign that it works. Hmm. Okay, guys, so we're having, issues with Zoom. So I'm gonna ask you to be patient so we can get.
Benjamin,
Yeah.
the link that you had sent out didn't work for me.
Okay,
So I found the link on the review schedule and that worked.
okay.
So,
Okay.
I don't know if that's the issue here. So
Yeah,
Probably.
the link you sent me also, I got an error. I had to get it from somebody else.
yeah, the
Okay.
one on the review schedule worked.
Okay, okay, that might be.
Do you want me to? Let me see if I can copy and paste it so you can forward it to people.
I just did. It should be the one that's in the chat.
Okay. Okay, you got it. Thanks, John.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, John is here.
The difference between it is the one at the end. Benjamin, the link that you sent on the email is missing the one at the end.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. That's what it is. Okay. Probably when I did copy and paste, that was the problem. Doesn't allow me to. Hold on 1 second. Good morning, everyone. I'm struggling a little bit with the Zoom link for one of our reviewers. So if you,
Hey, Ben, I was able to chime in.
okay, wonderful. So there is another one.
Yeah, I used the link that was sent out with the large spreadsheet with all of the
Yeah.
reviews. I
Yeah.
used that link and that worked. So
Yeah, I'm glad you figured it out. Okay. All right. Matt, Uli, Daniel, John. Okay. All right. So good morning, everyone. I think that we are pretty much ready to get started. First, thank all of you for being here and for our final review on Friday. And it's the last day of reviews here at School of Architecture, UT Austin. So yeah, we are really looking forward to this day, as you can imagine. So I am
Hold on just a
going
minute. I
to
can't hear you.
start by,
Just a minute, please.
we have a few reviewers here for this morning session. We have two groups to review today, so I think that we have time for reviewing both of them. So what we are going to do is we're going to start with reviewers' introductions. Then I'm going to give a brief intro to the studio, although I am assuming that most of you know what studio is about, but anyway, I'm going to just go quickly through it. And then we'll start with the first group. So I'm going to start with our guests from outside. We have John Komatsi. John is a faculty member at University of Virginia, is the director for Design Thinking Institute. Is that correct, John?
No, it's a concentration in our undergraduate program.
Our concentration, okay.
Yeah.
So, and I know John from my time at the University of Minnesota. He is an excellent faculty member and designer, of course, and we are very happy to have him around here. Thank you, John, for joining us from UVA. Daniel Escoto. Daniel is joining us from Mexico City. He is an architect also, and I know Daniel since probably 30 years, no, 40, no, 30 years ago probably, or something like that. Well, we went to school together. It's not that much, 25 years ago. Anyway, Daniel was the director of, for a while, of the office that created the urban projects for Mexico City. And he has been recently also involved with the federal government, advising the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in Mexico at the federal level, and now also is a faculty member at UNAM, and is in charge right now of a division within the School of Architecture that deals with special projects that the school does for the federal government, and also for the Mexico City government and other institutions. So thank you very much for joining us, Daniel, from Mexico City. We have Matt Ficos. Matt is, yes, I'm going to continue with Matt. Matt is the director of a sustainable design program and faculty member here. He has taught these studios for a number of years. Also, he teaches construction for the undergrads. Uli Dangel, as you know, the program director of architecture. He is also a faculty member who teaches this type of studios and teaches construction now is 2 or structures 1 in the graduate program. And also both of them designers have their own practice here in Austin. We have Kim McKnight, who is one of the, Kim is a graduate from our historic preservation program, and she now works as in the Austin's Park and Recreations Department as the coordinator, the director of cultural resources within that division of the city. She pretty much was responsible for us to be doing this project. This emerged from, we have been collaborating with Kim and the city in other projects, and this project emerged from that relationship and a conversation that we had with Kim. So we are very happy that she's joining us. I think we have Sarah Marshall, who also works with Kim. Is that correct? You're a historian, Sarah? Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct. I work with Kim.
Mm-hmm. And some projects that we have collaborated, I think the go-to person for historic information has been Sarah in the past. I see Cynthia J. I don't know if you can introduce yourself.
Yep, that's me. I'm Cynthia Jeffries. I also work with Kim. I am the marketing rep for our historic properties.
For properties from the city of Austin. Ellen Colfax.
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm an associate project manager at Parks and Recreation working on historic preservation projects for PARD.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And Herlinda Zamora, who gave us also a talk on museums, right?
Yes, yes,
And works for the city and manages museums. Is that correct?
correct.
Thank you. Tan Le, can you introduce yourself?
Tan is a friend of mine. He's here to watch.
Ah, okay, wonderful.
Tan is
Okay,
just a
because
student.
I see names. I thought it was. I thought Tan. Well, welcome, Tan. Thank you for joining us. All right, so I'm gonna just quickly give you an intro on what is that the students did this semester and where we would like to take this conversation for today. I shared with some of you, some material. So I'm just going to make a quick summary. So yeah, the studio is an integrative studio. It's an advanced studio. Many of the students taking the studio are actually graduating this semester. And those who are not graduating this semester are graduating the following semester. So it's a grad studio that is an advanced level. And we are looking at a property located in 500 Montopolis. And it's pretty much the studio premises. What is the integration between the old and the new? So how the old influences the new, what's the appropriate response to honor buildings of historic significance? What's the role of building materials and assembly in this integration and reuse discourse? So the property is located in Montopolis neighborhood. It's pretty much on the east side of the street. This is one of the periphery highways that exist on the street. This is the airport, just for reference. So it's pretty much on what used to be the outskirts of the city. Of course, that's changing rapidly. There is a lot of people moving into this neighborhood. And of course, each is facing issues of gentrification. It has a long history within the city, predominantly with Hispanic communities settling in that part of the city, but also African American communities that have lived there in this part of the city for almost a century, I believe. So the site is in a very interesting location because, as I mentioned, it's very well connected. That's what has made the neighborhood also desirable. And there is a large park, the Roy Guerrero Park over here. And and there's a river, the Colorado River over here. There is a dam over here. This is the Lady Bird Lake, pretty much that goes across the city from east to west. And it's in a privileged location because of the proximity to the park also. And there is a drop on the topography here that with some views that can, very nice views that are mostly available for the lots that are located next to the cliff, very close to the site. So zooming in, that is where the building is, the location of the site is. And Montopolis Drive is a relatively busy street, right? It's a wider street with public transportation, but the rest of the neighborhood is pretty much residential. The character of this street is, I think, mixed use. This has commercial, residential, but also it has some services. The city has built recently a large community center here for recreation for the neighborhood. That is a large facility. So the building that we are looking at, right, was known as the Montopolis Negro School, and dates back to 1891 when it was established as Colorado School number 34. Sorry. The school served mostly the African American community, especially during times of segregation in the city of Austin, and then it became a church. The building was reused as a church, and we believe that it was some additions to the building at that point that we can see now for that building. So the community created an initiative to save the building from demolition, and the city used the eminent domain to support that initiative to rescue and safeguard the property. And that's where we come in, right? Now that it's part of a city property, the question is, what is it that we can do here, right? So the school is about 2,500 square feet, right? And the property for the city is probably within 1 acres, right? And they have expressed the interest to make a museum and the development and the management of the property has to be determined yet. So the students did a photo mosaic of the property using photogrammetry technology. And so this is pretty much how the property looks like. As you know, it's pretty much just a wood frame building that has been cladded with corrugated metal, pretty much blocking windows and any other elements of the building for protection. And that's pretty much how it looks from the inside. So where the school was, it's just, as I mentioned, a wood frame type of building. We can see the windows that have been blocked, and it's very, very modest type of building, if you will, right? So we assigned the students a very ambitious program with the purpose of challenging them within the advanced studio level. So there is a cultural center program that has exhibition areas, offices, storage, lecture hall, of course, restroom, right, a coffee shop, a very ambitious program in that regard, loading, collections, etc. And we asked the students that if they wanted to add something as a programmatic element, they will be welcome to do so. In addition to that, is that we established a program that is a mixed-use supporting facility, in which we established a hypothetical situation in which there is a partnership between public and private initiative that that pretty much opens up the opportunity to have other parts of the program. We also discovered through the research that the students did for the site that this is a food desert. There is no real grocery store there. So that's we started with that, adding a grocery store and housing because the character of the neighborhood is pretty much based on the housing. It's a residential neighborhood, right? So we have different types of housing that happen here. So we ended up adding a property that, so this is the city's property over here. This is a right-of-way that was never used, which we expect the city to recover and make it part of the property. And then we added this property that's sitting vacant right now, which has some heritage trees located over here. So the students ended up with this very weird shaped type of site because this is private property in the middle, this wedge in the middle, and they had to deal with all types of conditions, especially with this edging condition that happens over here, and the kind of division that exists between the two sites where the existing property is and the vacant is. And somehow the challenge is how you unify those two components of the site. There is a slight topography coming down in this direction, right? So there is a difference of, I don't know, 6 or 8 feet between this point and this point. And we consider mostly the site to be flat, but students, many of them actually address the topography correctly. So at the end, you know, the scales that we address in Studio, of course, is the pre-existing building, its integration and how it becomes part of the complex. The site, right, it was a long conversation about the site, the open spaces, the relationship between buildings, how the old and the new is integrated. The landscape became a design part, a part of the design process. The buildings themselves, of course, their space, the form, the order, the vocabulary that they use in order to integrate the older structure and also to establish the conversation, if you will, when I call it that way, between all the buildings. That it's a large program. It's about 35,000 square feet and spread out throughout that site. So the idea of a vocabulary was important. And of course, that evolved into the notion of the materials, the assemblies, the wall sections, the details that are an important component of this project. So at the end is how architecturally, that is culturally charged, integrates the old and the new, right? That's the overarching umbrella here. And we expect that the conversation this morning addresses, hopefully, all these different issues that the students dealt with. All right, so with this, I'm concluding my participation. I don't know if there are any comments or questions. Okay, if not, then we are going to just get started with the first team. We have about, as I mentioned, we have until noon, and we have 2 teams to review, so it will be something that around 45 minutes to 50 minutes per group. Okay, so the first group to present is James and John. Please take over.
All right, good morning. I'm John Coleman and my partner is James Hart. And let's share screen. Okay, so the studio is titled The Old and the New. And so James and I are really trying to tackle that idea. And so just to start us off, what our main objective is really to activate a pre-urban condition and then provide and preserve park space in our project. And a lot of the moves we're making will be shaped by that thinking. But the idea of the old and the new for the last few months, James and I have been talking about is really this idea between duty and desire. And the duty to honor and the privilege to respect what exists, and that's that with the existing structure of the school, but then also the opportunity of what happens with what we envision the future being like. So old and the new is really duty and desire, which creates an opportunity for us to preserve history, sustain community, not just by how we're providing architecture to do that, but also we have a grocery store on site. Protecting and providing that open park space, and then activating a pre-urban street condition, urban condition on Montopolis. And so, as Benjamin was mentioning, Austin's growing. This is not a surprise to anybody. Montopolis is not immune to that growth, that rampant growth and gentrification. And this is where our site is located here around these highways, and 183 is being reconstructed and redeveloped. And so things are going to grow in the situation, and we're making some preemptive moves because of that. And so this is the site. North is up in this image, And this is what we were given. Like Benjamin said, we were originally just given the southern portion of this lot. And you can see that that's where the school is, and it's slightly askew on the side in relation to Montopolis Street on the right. But then a few weeks into the studio, the project doubled, almost doubled, and we added that north side. But there's a wedge. There's already existing houses. People are living there right now on the site. And so it creates, to be frank, a pretty odd site condition for us to deal with. And so perceptively, what that does is it creates two sites. That's not true. It's one site, but it began to feel like two sites. And so this was the complexity and the problem that we were dealing with. But our goal is to unify that site and to make this be one sustainable place to provide for our power of our project to exist on the foundation and off the foundation. And so the binder in this complexity was Montopolis Street, which is in the darkest gray here. And how could we utilize the front, the eastern side of our lot that is adjacent to Montopolis to unify how the site could be used, even with the variety of programs that we are wanting to provide. And so by addressing Montopolis, we then went back to the school and how that existing school is sitting on the site. And it is on at an angle to the site, which creates this 8-degree wedge approaching this grid to it. And so thinking about the old and the new and looking to use the museum as an organizing device that would allow us to figure out where primary placement was, and as a form driver, we created this 25 by 25 grid, which we didn't create it. It really existed, and we're using it on the site here on the southern portion in relation to the museum, the school, but on the northern side in relation orthogonal to Montopolis. And so this is where we ended up putting our buildings as that binding unit. On the far right is our main cultural building. That would be on the activating the side of Montopolis, and then the housing on the northern corner. But what that does by putting structure in these places, what it's actually doing is, one, we're hoping that those spaces themselves are of high quality and really impactful. But also outside of those spaces, that they're impacting the volumes and spaces around them. In particular, Montopolis, as this will be a bustling place that will be growing, but then also preserving the park spaces in between buildings, so that the buildings act as a threshold to the museum and the school there, but also in between the buildings on site as a backdrop for community living. And so this goes back to that our first title slide of viewing these places from those corners. But what this actually happens in the site, this perspective is taken from the northern part of the lot looking down Montopolis, and this is our building. And so you can see what we mean when we say that we want to activate Montopolis by just the sheer placement of where the architecture should go. And then, as we'll get into in this presentation, what is happening within that space that we believe that this is the right move for these spaces.
And so all of this is actually happening due to the original placement of the school. So that school is the activation unit for this entire site. It's 100 by 25, right? So this yields us a nice 25 by 25 grid, right? So the question is, what do you do with the old and the new, right? If we apply the old grid to the entire structure, it preceded urbanization. Positive things happen here. We like those attributes, but we also realize that a new grid that is parallel to Montopolis and Kemp might be the most rational thing. So working with the wedge that is already existing in the site, we actually have a combination of the pre-urbanization grid and the new grid that yields us a positive combination between pre-urbanization and current urbanization.
Right. So once the grid is established, we can then use that to analyze what is happening on the site and where do we need to lead people, where are people naturally going to go, and then what sort of things services can we activate. So the red points here are going to be places where we end up using these rows of trees to line perspectives for park space to be used with pavilions, but we'll show that later. there are certain lines of access between grocery store and housing where we imagine people walking between these programs. And then, of course, the surfaces that we are intending to activate via this park space, which leads to.
And so then we have the actual division of program here, right? In the most northern part of the site, we have housing to accommodate some of the neighborhood conditions of this place. We have a very large three bay system that houses our grocery store and coffee shop. And then a 2 bay system that houses mostly circulation. We have a connection between our underground parking garage, which is housing the majority of the circulation for this. How people move through this space is really the community unit and the cultural unit, the museum itself, which works with the preserved building.
Yep. And so this is inside of the 3 bay system, the grocery store section of our cultural building. We are using CLT flooring and glulam column and beams to create this structure. And this is above a parking garage on the far right. And then looking up, so it is 2 stories, but the grocery store site on the far right would be all the way from the ground to the peak of these gable extrusions. We'll come back to this image.
And so now we arrive at the full picture of the site, right? We have an activation on Montopolis, our entire commercial and cultural space, protecting the site and the park, and the housing unit flanking Kemp Street. And so we feel that this is the walking that thin line between desire and duty. How can we provide, an architecture solution that helps the space but doesn't put it at the same time? What can we actually offer to do to protect the space? In some sense, Benjamin said we should propose another program. Our proposed additional program is a park, right? So we're really working with an architecture, preserving this school, and then providing a park. And so now we're going to dive into these floor plans. You can see this floor plan is now rotated back to something a little bit more orthogonal so that we can examine it. But we have the first floor here, obviously the housing up here on the most northern end of the site, and our cultural building, as well as the preserved school. And then we move to 2 floors structure. So we have a second floor, mostly community space, and then some office program, some additional program. Looking closely at the first floor, we actually have a series of thresholds, protective thresholds to move through, right? So we have a series of bays. This is the 1 bay unit, the 2 bay unit, and the 3 bay unit. This is how our program is actually divvied up. So looking at the 1 bay here, we actually have a large barn doors that allow people to move in and out of this space. We imagine, children playing here when the bus drops them off, waiting for a lecture before they go and, experience the space, walk around, play in the park, possibly, some exhibition space, right? In the second bay, we have another threshold that you can move through into this large community green space, seating, tables. We actually have the pockets for the escalators for people moving in and out of the parking garage and up and into the second floor. As you see, we have our elevator shafts and stairs. And then in the final 3rd bay is, our program of our grocery store and coffee shop, the changes of goods, buying of food. One can imagine that they come in here, buy an apple, pick up a coffee, and then come, relax in the park. And then you can see, obviously, we have our entrance and exits into the parking garage. While we're here, let's just note that, this is a CLT structure. So we have a nice 25 by 25 grid. We have some nice 4 shear walls that will give us, lateral support, answering structure, as well as, experience and thresholds. Next slide, John. Oh, yeah, perfect. So here we are on the second floor, right? A more community space. We have some offices for our cultural entities, but really we have a a mezzanine. People can gather, congregate, sit at these tables. We have some more offices over here for a grocery store. Really just a nice raised platform away from the hustle and bustle of people moving through this volume. And so looking back here at the RCP, we can actually see that as we had in those renders, we have skylights actually allowing northern light to invade all these spaces, you know, a nice, very crisp ambient light, right? We actually have HVAC that runs through our shear walls. So we actually have a very rational system. This modular CLT structure yields us a very crisp system to work with. Obviously, we have this wedge to work with. We have a air gap there, but it's really a very large beacon to say, hey, come into this space, come in here. So this is of course, the main program. We have some secondary program, very quickly examined of the housing. So we have 7 3-bedroom units, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then a community office space here in the middle where people can move through and out of this space. So this is Kemp Street. This is Montopolis down here. So first floor is the master and kitchen, and the second floor would be the bedrooms. Sorry, John. And then we have, you know, a large community space here for these 7 units to, you know, use a printer, or maybe they need a place to gather or something.
Right. And so coming back to looking at the single base system here, this is how we imagine this is from Montopolis looking towards the building on that far southern end. We imagine this on a Saturday being the kink of the wedge of the building when it responds to the old school actually provides space for the community to gather for a farmer's market. And so, but then that also, there's a peak, there's a reveal, there's an open threshold to, hey, actually this site is responding to history in a big way. And we want you to be a part of that. We want you to come see what this place used to be. That's the collision of the old and the new. And so that's that opportunity for us to engage the community with the historicity of this site. And so we do imagine this place being just having a bunch of people in a post-COVID time, buying goods, buying stuff from local gardens and neighborhood gardens, but then also getting to engage with that. So that's the idea of this threshold and what the grid provides us. So moving from there into elevations, here is all elevations, and we'll go into each one in just a moment. But just so you know, we're flattening the building right down the middle of the kink, just so we can evaluate this head on. I'll move into right on Montopolis. So this is from Montopolis, look at the building. And then we see on the far left, that's a single bay system with that perspective we just saw looking through the open barn doors, going through to the museum. And then in the middle, we see the way the kink or the wedge, the center of our double bay system. We decided to celebrate that collision of the old and the new, of where that grid comes together, to not shy away from that, but to provide an open light space, but not too much, so not too much heat gets in, but it's still a well-lit space that would be the obvious entrance for a pedestrian. Like, this is where you go. And on the far right, there is those barn doors from the left are replicated over to the right, but also there's a glass curtain wall just to keep that space conditioned. And then from the park side, this is where the building is protecting that space. It is acting as a backdrop for community living, and not to mention preserving it from sounds of the street. We're imagining this being a sanctuary of sorts, a sanctuary park back here. But you can see on the top image here that that the museum on the far right, the kink in the middle, and the grocery store on the far left. That these are park spaces. We have sections that are going to show this space a little bit better. But these elevations are showing that this park space that we're imagining is a backdrop for this life.
And so then here in the section, we can really depict human movement experience, right? Underground, we get a view here of 3 collection zones. We have a collection zone for any of the pieces or artwork or things in the museum, and stuff can be stored here. We have collections for humans, right, as they move from the parking garage up into our spaces. And we have collections for the vehicles. We think this is a really important part of the project because it actually affords us a lot of park space, right? Instead of the parking garage, the parking space covering up 25, 30% of our park, we're putting it all underground. This now gives us the ability to actually have more park space. So as we zoom into this, we have the one bay, the cultural block here. You know, as I said earlier, you know, children listening to a presentation, right? We have people moving around here. We have the offices for the museum, and we still have those skylights, you know, allowing that nice northern ambient light to come in. And then here is the collection of humans, right? We have people coming, parking their cars, having this underground lobby, you know, moving up into the space, maybe even moving up into a more private space to one of these tables up here on the second floor. But really, this is the place of people moving in and out, right? That you can imagine people moving in and out of this door. And then maybe they go to the grocery store. You know, we are in a food desert here in Montopolis, and so we're providing a good service by having this grocery store, right? So we can see, you know, the collections for the cars, right? The program of the coffee shop and the grocery store, and then answering a little bit more of that office program needed for the grocery store.
Yep. And then so we're about to get into some sections, some cross sections that also show the site. But this is that backside of where the kink or the wedge or the double bay system of our site is. This is where people would get their coffee and come out from the coffee shop, and then enjoy the space and have kids playing around here. This is a post rainstorm in this image, so they're all inside at sunset. But this is, you can see where you're seeing the formal strategy of our project here, where we have the 3-bay system on the top left of the image and then the double bay in the middle. And then you can see that it tapers out into the single bay system with those trees, providing shaded space for people to congregate in between the single bay and the school museum itself, because it's a really important space.
So here we can examine, you know, the actual construction of these spaces, right? So here, the single bay, it's really the relationship between gathering people here, collecting people, and experiencing the size of the scale of the preserved school. And so we obviously dived into the construction aspects of this, right? The CLT structure. We have, if you were the next slide, John. Really working with, you know, how do you, you know, clad this structure? How do you keep water and rain out? How do you, you know, keep thermal bridges from happening, right? So we have this this eaveless, gapless roof, right? But also being able to collect the water here. So here we're looking at a detail of this large bar door swing with the gutter, and then the door swings connection to the ground. So really working with a 2x6 wood stud wall system, and this glue lamp structure. So keeping a very light interior frame, but able to clad and shield this exterior. Next. And so then here at the 2-bay, we can work with, you know, moving people through and up this space, right? So this is from that image that you just saw. This is that green plot of grass right there. People can play, sit out, relax. But this is actually, is that wedge, right? So this is actually a glass system, right? So this is the very open, very transparent system, right? So that glue lamp structure allows us to have a very free building, allowing us to, you know, have a very generous, easy facade here. We can actually just have a nice molding glass extrusion, as we see here, you know, and then a simple, you know, connection of aluminum door inside of that, in that side of that structure. We can come back to these if anybody wants to see them for longer. Next, John. And then final, that 3-bay system, obviously working with that parking garage, our program, of course. And so this is really where we answer a lot of those typical details, right? Next. We can see that we have the main typical wall section for us here. We have this main gutter connection and 2x6 stud wall, and its connection to the foundation. And then once more, we have the connections of any curtain walls, the same gutter connection, and then answering our skylight conditions, right? So we actually have, in the 3-bay system, we have 12 skylights and another 12 across the project, right? So we actually, contemplated how do we catch that water? How does someone stand here and clean these windows? What do these skylights actually look like? What is, obviously the connection to the rain screen on the top, right? So here we have a lot of the typicals. So we really, focused here on the high quality, super focused in details, right? So now we're going to start to zoom back out of this project again.
Right, so you can see all those details that we just walked through in action right here. But then this that typical wall section, and then we are showing how this wall section actually gets implemented into the single bay system. Just for example, the 25 by 25 grid affords us a lot of freedom by being able to guide the construction for us. But then this develops into the whole system itself. And so you basically just take the 25 by 25 grid and you just replicate it throughout the whole thing, which affords us a lot of freedom and flexibility.
So then really quick, some just what we call urban sections, right? So we can talk about this is Montopolis and this is Kemp. So we actually have 3 sections here. You can track this with the little legend that we have going on. People can move through the single bay structure, experiencing the preserved building, moving through the park all the way to Kemp Street. And then for the 2-bay, obviously people are moving out of this space, moving into this space, moving up in this space, still having this park. Our housing building actually now begins to create a frame between these 2 buildings. So actually we have this protected park. So this was to be the collections of humans, and then obviously the collections of cars still moving right from Montopolis to Kemp Street. Here, this actually cuts through that division and that housing, right? So we actually have a clear connection from Montopolis to Kemp. And you actually can see one of our pavilions here. People can gather underneath these things, have parties, celebrate, likewise.
And to conclude, we're just going to run through these perspectives, just showing that, that maybe we plant bluebonnets here, and then they don't get mowed because you can't mow them. And then this is the celebrating the relationship between the old and the new here. This is what is existing now, and then what we're proposing in relationship to each other, in good relationship to each other in this park space. Community coming together, the sustenance of what architecture can do on and off the foundation. The building itself being a good thing for the community and for the city, but then also doing its duty to protect history, but then also provide park space in the back. And this being one of those urban park spaces for people to gather, high quality spaces where the building is a backdrop for living. And then being preemptive about what is going to happen, we believe is going to happen to Montopolis, just by frankly putting the building on the street does a lot of work just by its positioning. But then how that building then engages these people with 3 thresholds to enter into the spaces for the 3 different programs we have: for the grocery store, a clear entrance for the plaza to the park space, and then the barn door opening for the museum.
And so
yeah,
we draw 2 thin lines here between duty and desire, but also between monumentality and modesty. Right, we recognize that this is a proposal of some large structure in front of this building, but we really think that by protecting protecting the site from the large hustle and bustle Montopolis, we really produce these very nice pockets of park, right? And that's truly what we're trying to do, is walk that line between duty and desire, but also between monumentality and modesty. And so here we conclude our presentation. Thank you everybody for listening us. A lot to cover. We look forward to the conversation.
Yeah, I just for clarification, if you go back, especially for John and Danielle, you'll go back one slide. The street doesn't look like this right now, right? I mean, this is part of your guys' proposal to make it more of a boulevard with with biking lines and one single lane for traffic. And so the proposal has expanded towards the street, which is I think really nice. But that's not the way the street looks like right now.
Yeah, it's
the
four
street is
lane,
a
no
wide four lane,
division. Yeah.
Yeah, very dry type of situation. Okay, good. Open for comments.
I don't mind starting if everyone's okay with that. John and James, I mean, this is a solid project all around. I in my opinion, for starters, there's a lot of accomplishment here. You've thought through things, a lot of different scales, from the larger site scale down to this, sort of experiential scale and the tectonic logic of construction that goes through it. So I think there's plenty to appreciate here. And so I'm going to be picky and just talk about different things that where I think that if you had one more week, that some of these things almost could be absorbed, or I'll just raise questions as we do. Just raise questions to say, like, bring up hypotheticals of what if you had thought of certain things differently. And maybe if we start with the, well, let's leave it here for just one moment. Mm-hmm. I would first question, the idea of cranking the geometry of this as you've done and introducing those two grids. Let's talk about geometry. Geometry is one of them. I have maybe 2 points I want to talk about. Geometry is one of them, and it has to do with plan, and it has to do with section, and it has to do with a few other dimensions of even just how you're setting up your grid. But I wonder if if maybe this is too shallow of a nod of just picking up the geometry, and maybe you could allow us to be more special if this actually is the only thing that's cranked off of it, that's geometry. And perhaps if you're a well-behaved urban neighbor or suburban or ex-urban neighbor, and you hold that street edge tight with your form along here, and then you could negotiate that gap between them with perhaps hardscape, softscape moves, landscape moves, something else might negotiate that. I wonder if that might have been, it's again, sort of a hypothetical of bringing it up, but as I see this, I just wonder if maybe the move would have been to hold this, and then that might make this in its own way a little bit more unique. I understand why you did what you did. I'm just pointing out that sticks out to me a lot, that 8 degree, and you don't capture any of that. It's just a lost equivalent median that you end up with in the front there, that I feel like if you could have traded that to the back, it possibly would be more useful there. So that's the first thing I would mention. Another thing to do with geometry, maybe now if we go to maybe the ground floor plan.
As John gets there, we did explore that actually a lot, Matt, the straight condition and the curve condition. And I think it really resulted in how can we, honor the building that we're trying to preserve. And that was to truly say, well, our design geometry had to, convey some of that connection. So we definitely struggled with that throughout our design.
Well, and that's a good, go ahead.
It was talked about, it was discussed. We certainly appreciate and respect like the what ifness of it. But this wedge and making that shift created two experiential facades as a pedestrian on this site, because it falls off at the kink. And so we actually thought that geometry afforded us more experientially by doing that. And
yeah, no, and I can understand that. And so let's now talk about another aspect of geometry, and maybe we can talk about this Shazam, or this sort of telescoping that you have here, the 3 different chunks. And for one thing, I would challenge that as a move generally, understanding how by the time you get down here, it's a fairly tight volume, that 25-foot wide volume, which is closer. I understand in response to this. What it does also do is it makes this a little bit less of a flexible space to use in different types of ways down the road. So I just first want to mention that stepping down is less sustainable in the sense that there's just less flexibility down the road. But even if I'm willing to sort of say, okay, that completely makes sense, I would then wonder if maybe one way of thinking about preservation or recognizing history would be that, of course, this building would have been passively ventilated when it was first built, right? Like it would have not had any HVAC systems. And there are interesting discussions that happen to do with like the French Legation building in East Austin, for example, which has been preserved, and they're trying to find ways to preserve it, to tuck in HVAC and then hide it so that it looks as much like what it did in the past, but then sneaking in new technology into it. And it raises an interesting question to me for preservation. And there are other experts on this panel that are much more experts than I am in preservation. But I wonder, it's interesting that we're always preserving the aesthetic and the looks of things, but we're not ever trying to preserve the actual experience of complete passivity. And it makes me think, what if part of the story was that if this were completely conditioned space, and then this were semi-conditioned space, and then this were completely passive conditioned space?
We're actually guilty of not explaining that, Matt. So this actually is a break right here, and this is actually completely open air.
Okay.
And so we do imagine, these doors being open over here, and we actually having some of that kind of condition of highly conditioned to less conditioned.
Okay, because I can appreciate that. And then where I will say that where you do have it conditioned, you don't have to go to the section now. I don't think that your systems would accommodate that. You have like what seems to be a fairly small HVAC system that wouldn't really condition. Actually, was why I started thinking about it. I was like, oh, maybe they're not completely conditioning this space with the purport add in your detail cross section with the wall assembly. And so I would say, what if in addition to just being open air, the same way you have that assembly with all these different layers, where you have, it's like when you go hiking and you have 5 different layers on of some waterproof elements, some elements that provide insulation, so many layers that you have. And what if those start peeling off as you progressively get down to this volume, and it's something that is completely different? And maybe that was the intent too in the wall sections. I didn't gather that. Seemed like it was a pretty universal thing across, but I just saw that as an interesting opportunity, and I'm glad that you have some nod to that here, to have some relationship experientially in terms of the atmosphere of what that historically would have been. Okay, so I want to just make one more point, because there's other esteemed reviewers here, but the last thing would be, I think that the one layer that's missing, that's missing the most to me is some type of shading for these zones, especially considering that this is the west side, right?
Right.
I think this would be cooked, and it would be really, for any time from noon all the way to the evening, would all be heated up, would be really uncomfortable the way it currently is. And maybe if you go to that view, that post-rain view, where you're kind of looking back this direction. Yeah, this one. So again, imagining that the sun is, sort of afternoon coming down here, and you do have a few trees, but for the most part, most of this would be really not occupiable. And I think it's quite handsome, the extruded form you have your building. And so I think you could actually not try. In other words, I don't think there's a solution where you continue the overhang of the building and try to provide the shading. I don't think that's how you would do it. I think it would be another layer you would introduce to this, some other system of trellises that float out over here, that have a bit of porosity to them, and maybe sometimes actually provide some rain coverage outside. Some of them maybe it would go between being a little bit solid, more open air. But I feel that you could do that, and that wouldn't compromise the reading of all of these buildings. If anything, it's too extruded, too extreme of a vertical condition that would help break down the scale and create somewhat of a microclimate. And maybe that layer would even all happen out in this zone more to the right. Either way, again, there's so much that I think is really strong here, to where I'm hesitant to point this out, but I do think that's something that could fold into this to make it stronger without shaking up your whole scheme. That could be another, sort of subset, to where it's not just these. This is, I don't buy having the umbrellas as the solution. I think you could own that and make it something that is laced into the design. I could also even work with negotiating the different geometries. So anyway, one other quick thing I've mentioned, and as I sign off here, is the housing. I also wonder about the housing on the ground floor facing this. I worry about that being a bit vulnerable, exposed. I think you would need some other type of layer of privacy for that. I don't know if you've been to the Alamo Draft House on South Lamar, where there are residences on the ground floor, and they can never open their windows never open their blinds to the living room, because they're just on the sidewalk of people. that people can see from in and around the streets. And so that's one more detailed thing to do with the housing, which is more of a secondary program for y'all. But I'll leave it there. Good work, guys. Thanks for sharing it.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
And maybe I'll chime in. Yeah, I really appreciate the thoroughness of the project and the really kind of tightness to the proposal. It's very clearly well thought out, comprehensively designed. I've got a few also, I guess you could call them nitpicky pieces about the architecture itself. So maybe I'll talk a little bit about those, but I think really my larger criticism might come from more of the larger strategy. So if you go back to the street view, I think one, for example, might be to think about, you've got these kind of small punctures and then these large barn doors. And I understand the desire for that to kind of focus attention onto these major points of entry, but I think you might benefit from a series of, let's say, medium scale apertures or openings as well. So if you go to the plan of this main building on the ground floor, like I'm thinking in particular around the cafe. So the idea that, this bay here or some of this surface here might have a kind of medium scale opening that then might extend out more directly. I mean, you're doing that here, but I'm just looking at that street view and thinking about how that could really open up, particularly when there's farmers markets there. And so to have maybe more of a kind of direct exchange. I also just had one question about the existing structure. What is that intended to be used as? You didn't talk much about it, but is the idea that that's just sort of left there and we look at it and maybe walk through it, or does it have a program or what?
That's a great question. And so that's one of the first things that we we're thinking about in this project is that it is itself an exhibit. It is the museum and a part of the museum at the same time, to where it can be accessed and walked through. But that for the most part, we would restore it to its moment of cultural significance, which the reviewers and from the historical preservation side of this review would know a lot about and have a lot to say about. And we welcome that. But that would be the idea, and then it would be a focal point as an object of the museum.
Yeah. No, that seems to make sense. And I think so maybe I'll zoom back out now to the kind of larger strategy issues or questions I have. I think the choice and the decision to fold in or incorporate a grocery store makes a lot of sense, particularly when you're mentioning this is a food desert of sorts. I think so this comment will come as, again, trying to throw the project forward and think about, like, if I'm a community member and this is my feedback and you've got 6 more months to work on this. So for me, the big missed opportunity was the park, and not that you chose to do a park. It has more to do with the fact that the approach to the park appears to be one of a kind of leisure landscape. And I think if you thought of that as more of a working landscape, more of kind of working gardens that incorporate with the idea of the farmer's market, the grocery store, that these might be community gardens, community plots. It might open up to the larger community, not just the people who live on that site. There could be composting facilities. This gets messy, but it's I think in an interesting way could also impact the other decisions being made about the architecture. So I'm thinking about education, for example. You talked a lot about a group of kids sitting on some stairs, listening to a lecture as they come from a school. I can tell you right now that'll last 5 minutes before those kids get fidgety. And if you get them digging in the earth and gardening and engaging with the site in a more active way, I think that would have more traction from the educational element and aspect of the project. And I think that idea of the working landscape might also inflect your decisions about the housing as well. And to think about this as more of a cooperative model of living, And that cooperative model can mean both legal terms, like how you actually buy into it or rent into it, but also just how it's organized. The idea being that, you know, those community members might also be working within that landscape and tending to that, or working in the grocery store, and therefore, you know, maybe get a discount on their either rent or their or what they're buying into. And the idea of the cooperative model being that they all own a piece of the overall development, that this is not necessarily a Whole Foods development, but this is like a community cooperative development that might run as a nonprofit. And again, serve the larger community in much larger ways. There, like I said, there could be garden plots, composting facilities, there could be orchards, there could be, you know, a small arboretum where saplings are being grown and brought out to the community. So I just think that might open up. And then looking at the individual units, right? If affordable housing is an issue, I would think that a full range of unit types, from maybe an efficiency all the way up to a 3-bedroom. I know you don't have a large footprint, but again, the idea that you might allow for a wider range of people to either buy or rent into this could open things up.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Yuli, go ahead.
Yeah, and John and James, I agree with all the comments that have been made, and I've reviewed your project before, obviously, so I don't want to go back to some of the things that we may have maybe talked about. I want to highlight a few things because I know we're probably also got other people that want to speak, and we're probably also running short on time. But yeah, and I kept looking at the grid, and when I reviewed your project, you know, we didn't really I don't remember discussing the shift in the grid and whether that historic building warrants that complete shift. I would agree with Matt that maybe holding that line here, and then I was initially thinking, yes, you know, maybe you respond with some landscaping, but I think the building could also respond where maybe this building starts to actually break from that kind of extruded, you know, it starts to respond to the street on one side and it starts to respond to the historic building on the other side, because right now your building's kind of like a snake or a sausage. It's got a lot of meat over here, right? But then it just kind of, sorry for the pun here, but there's not a lot of meat in here, and maybe the museum wants to be, I don't make bad puns here, beefed up a little bit, right? It wants to have more presence. It wants to have maybe a bigger space, as Matt was saying. I'm also thinking if this thing is an artifact, is there a way? I was kind of looking at your fenestration. Is there even an opportunity? What if this whole thing really kind of opens up and you really allow, you know, it to be displayed? It could be the backdrop, and it kind of could completely transform the space. And whether that's, you know, permanently glazed, I guess it's west facing, so we have to be a little careful. I should pay attention to that down here. But maybe there's a strategy. Maybe there's even awnings that can fold up, or, you know, vertical louvers doors that can fold back. There's kind of a strategy where you could almost kind of reveal the whole building at certain times. It becomes a backdrop to events. Could be very dramatic at night too. You could light it up, right? You could have, you know, events on the inside when the weather doesn't allow it, or you could open this up and you could extend it and make this really kind of a really fantastic event space, even if you're not incorporating the historic building. And it just, you know, it is, like you said, it's an object, it's an artifact, it's part of the museum, but it's also the museum itself. But it might not lend, due to its size, it might not lend itself for, you know, large gatherings. Could you go to a site plan that shows the street across from the housing that you developed? Yeah, I'm wondering about the scale of that housing and our response to the housing across the street, you know, whether, you know, I'm just wondering if we, you know, if that really needs to mimic that language there, or I know when I reviewed it, it was a little bit smaller units, but I'm also wondering in terms of the, you know, can this start to respond? I don't know if it would still be one larger bar, but can it start to respond to kind of maybe the scale of the housing across the street, so that there's kind of a relation there? I mean, here you're kind of clearly trying to respond to the street and make it an urban edge, but this is always going to be the, you know, the street that's one block off of Montopolis, right? It's not going to be, you know, this for a while, this is going to be as urban as it gets. So maybe there's a way to respond to that. And I agree with Matt about building a barrier here, to making that, to separating those two uses. Could you go to your interior perspective of the supermarket grocery store. I know that kind of, that, I mean, the wood's obviously beautiful. I don't know if you spoke, I'm clearly not a sprinkler expert. I don't know if you spoke to anyone. This says a lot of presence here. That's always the annoying thing, right? About some of these heavy timber structures that they have to be sprinkled. In this case, you don't even have an occupiable space up above that you're supporting. So I'm wondering, I guess it would depend on the local authority having jurisdiction. Could you just use the charring method to actually get away with it? Or could you come up with a system where, it's maybe a little bit less obtrusive? This seems to just have a lot of presence there, which kind of takes away from the beauty of the heavy timber structure. If you could go quickly to the outside, maybe front elevation, like main street elevation.
Elevation or this one?
Yeah, no, sorry, the perspective. This is perfect. And now you're not showing us. I mean, you've got very subtle signage which I think is fine. I think that might be an idea. I think John talked about maybe having some bigger openings. Like, how does this also become less of a threshold for people that might not be comfortable going in there? Opening, maybe having some bigger openings that might actually tell you what goes on in there, and it is not so exclusive. And then also for I don't know what the signage is for your museum or like how that works, but also making sure that that people feel like they're invited to come in there. And then you have to pay attention with the cladding. I know you said it's like 1/2 inch cladding on the outside. If it's untreated wood, what's it going to do over time? Does the wood need to be on the roof, or could that just be a really nice dark or colored standing seam roof that's just durable? And I don't know, it would take away from your architecture too much probably. Could you go back to the floor plan one more time, and then I'll rest my case here. And then one thing, I know we talked about the circulation on your last review. Yeah, any one of those is good. I'm wondering if these cores, or you call them shear walls, they could start to maybe help you articulating. Like when we talked about it last time, we talked about articulating the slices kind of lengthwise, but I'm even now wondering, is there even a way where you can start to articulate each individual building a little bit more? It doesn't kind of work here, but I'm just wondering if rather than maybe the grid even changes, right? Maybe the grid is even different, where you kind of accommodate the narrow, like maybe this actually becomes a proper core. Just right now, it seems like you've got an open space and you're just kind of filling in with the things you need to do, but can that element be a little bit more purposefully integrated into the geometry? And maybe that means you actually have a grid that's only half the width there, where you kind of break it and then you pick up your 25-foot grid. And kind of maybe less so here, but kind of definitely kind of in these two seams where you clearly kind of have 3 distinct different programmatic elements. But I mean, overall, great job with kind of a lot of accomplishment here that you're showing us. And I really appreciate the kind of careful visuals and renderings that you put together to kind of get a sense of how one might occupy the building and the site into our project. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Uli. Those are good words.
Hi guys. Joan, James. This is a very good job, and a very deeply intentions to understand what happens in a situation with the old and new. I would like to talk more conceptually about that. The main thing, and at the end, it's a very important thing there, the new and the old. And I think I'm gonna tell you something metaphorically. I hope you get it. It's because it's about you're making a party over there, a big party of many situations, and you invite an old guy, him, and you put it there, just sit it down, just to see what's happening, and not making that interact with that. In your grid conception, I'm very pleased to see that you use the word combine. And combining is, I think, it's a really mixture between that grid, and you're not making them. you're making that. You're just changing the direction of the grid, and that's a very nice, and this is very well done. And I think all the structure, the 1 bay, the 2 bay, and the 3 bays, positions of the building, it's very well done about that conception. But at the end, the old house, the persistence structure, is still being alone, unconnected, uncombined. I think I feel it. I cannot see. I didn't see perspectives how you connect with the old with the new. You know, the views. If you can put you can show us the street view, the street perspective, the one that Benjamin told us about. Thanks for explaining me, because I'm outside of it, obviously. I don't know exactly. I imagine how the street it is by now. And the idea, the main conception for you about this, making it very public space, a very good public space, very open, change the bike lane and everything. It's very nice to see it. But in these exactly image, you can, I feel that you are closing everything. Some of the reviewers already said that that it's very close, that it's a medium-sized openings. And what COVID-19 has taught to the world is that we need to open, that we need to have everything to the outside. So this big structure, very nice, but it's in the front of the street. And when you close the big gate, you close everything, and you cannot. You have the chance, by seeing all the housing around, you really. I feel that you could make more openings, you know, because. This is a big opening, but it's a big gate, like the Great Wall, you know, walls, all the thing, all the world, the word that for between countries is a very bad word about connections. If you want to connect, you cannot put a wall. So this is a great wall with a great entrance, but once you close it, you avoid the opportunity to have a big square for all the housing surrounding. You have the opportunity here to make a big square, a really public space for all the pedestrians that you show in the perspective. And I say again, the old house, the old school. I know you have a program for that. You know, I know that it's going to be connected about functions, about some openings for sure. But I feel that in all your how do you say, all the main discourse for you is that it's outside, it's inside, but you don't connect it. It's just seeing what is happening. And I think all the memory, all the materials, the typology, the forms of the old cannot be seen connected in the new thing. If you can go to the main plan, to the overall plan. The same happens in the both street fronts. You know, only in a small part you can get into the space to a big. I think that's a very nice thing to see all the trees arranged in direction of the grid. Maybe that grid and maybe that combined that you wanted to make could be changing the direction of the trees, and you could solution, you can solve all what the other reviewer said about the West and the sun and the West and this condition. I'm gonna get into the construction system for, obviously. I think that 1-bay, the 2-bay, and the 3-bay system that you're presenting, for me is it's seeing from the inside. It's a very good solve for the connection between these two sides of the property. But what I really think is that you lost the opportunity to make this big. I know you decide to make it close, to make it the urban front and the facade close to the street. But I think there will be a very important opportunity to get these open spaces that we need, that the whole world needs today, to make these open spaces. And again, I just want to say it's a very well presented. I think there are many issues that I celebrate that you make in the front of, but maybe if you would these 3 openings, I don't know if I can make some notations here, but these ones are, obviously this is a car entrance, but these are very small penetrations. These are very small openings. If you would open that, you would really connect the all with the front side of the street, and you would maybe in this other side could connect the whole square to make this as a civic space, with maybe this protection to the west. Could be a very spaces that maybe you it's a very unusual this space, or you didn't talk about how to use these great core spaces in the project. But congratulations, it's a very good effort, and go on.
Okay, so
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. For the sake of time, we are going to let Gabriel and Chloe present. And I'm going to invite at the end of the 2 presentations to also our friends from the city to provide feedback on both projects. I think that it will be more productive because you will see 2 different ways, very different ways of approaching this project. So I'm going to pass the baton to Chloe and Gabriel.
Thank you all so much. Thanks for your comments. Thanks, Benjamin.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you guys to be as brief as possible because we are running out.
Okay, are we seeing the front? Okay, awesome. So I'm Gabrielle and my partner this semester is Chloe. We're going to start with a little bit here at the beginning of kind of our process and prioritizing the ideas that we started with. And so we first started looking at the kind of area of Montopolis at a bit of a larger scale, looking at the surrounding community amenities, the parks that were in the area, bus stops, transportation, as well as community services such as the recreation center and the neighborhood center that are just down the street from the site. And then looking a little bit closer to our actual site here, getting a feel for how much traffic is actually in the area. And it's obviously most heavy on this Montopolis Road that happens right in front of the site versus the residential ones surrounding it. And looking into the occupation of the surrounding buildings as well. And that most of it is actually residential with a few commercial and institutional buildings in there. And then also this idea of connection to that larger park that's at the back of the site there was something that we were interested in, kind of like an extension and relationship between the two developing. And then we also were looking at the existing building and the materiality that was already present on it, kind of getting a feel for the scale of it and starting to think about how the relationship we would develop with our materiality versus what's on the existing building. And so we started this sketching process, working on kind of getting the main ideas out there. One of them being this kind of residential zone that's happening at the back of the site, in line with other residence areas, as well as this idea of visual hierarchy happening. We prioritized the existing building almost immediately from the beginning. We found it to be a really crucial part to our stance on this project, respecting kind of the history of the site, the history of the building itself, and really wanting to maintain that. And so part of that is involved in our decision to have this visual openness to the existing building from Montopolis. And we also were really interested in this idea of bringing the natural landscape and prairie back to the site as well. In our research, we found several articles that we read of people who grew up in the area or people who were students at the school who have really fond memories of celebrating holidays and having barbecues and playing baseball on the site just under the trees and in the grasses. And so that memory and history of landscape is something that we found really important. And we were also concerned with thinking about how we can design in scale with the surrounding context, as well as thinking about like vernacular.
So our final site plan preserves the actual experience and nostalgia of the site. The buildings are arranged basically in respect to the existing building, but also in response to preserving the existing trees. And these building forms create a variety of different exterior spaces for outdoor engagement, and also the restoration of the existing building as well as the prairie landscape is all visible along Montopolis Drive. So as you can see, the orange is the existing building, and the addition buildings we have are kind of offsetted of this existing building because we want the existing building to be the #1 star on the site. So with that, we are in a way having the building on a pedestal. It's on a pedestal that is the prairie. And when we were arranging program on the site, we were thinking of how we could create the site all as one whole rather than two separate sites. So in general, we arranged program for the northern part having no relationship with the cultural historic part of the site, but there is like a gray area in between where these two sites meet that are kind of program that promotes people to want to explore more of the cultural center, even if they weren't there to do that in the first place. And as you can see, the most private program is our residential units, which are along Kemp Street with other residential houses. And the orange is a artist studio. So this would be for artists and residents to use, but also would be semi-public for other events or children who want to use this facility also. And the building in the middle is a mixed-use building, so that includes a grocery store and a coffee shop and store for the cultural center. And then the south building is our addition to the existing building, which is all the cultural center building. Framing views of the cultural center building was also a big driver in our site planning. So this view is kind of what we were, our main focus was getting people who were at the grocery store or just at the coffee shop and giving them that invitation to go explore the existing building. This one is also framing the view of the existing building in this exterior lecture type space. Also, we wanted to connect the whole site to the adjacent park. So to the left is a existing path, and our site kind of is maneuvering circulation naturally that way. Also, we have two main parks. I guess the primary park is the forefront restored prairie, but also we have a more lawn type park for the residents and also people who are coming to the grocery store, and just that more mixed use program. And this just highlights all of the natural landscape on the in the site. So it's about 50% native landscape. And also we were thinking about permeable surfaces. So along with vegetation, we have gravel paths, and where we have paving, we have permeable paving. And also we were thinking of different passive strategies we could use to also influence our designs. So the forms of the buildings also the trees block the winter winds, and then the different openings and breezeways allow winds from the summer to enter these exterior spaces. And also we have porticos where people will be in the shade, but also can be walking outside, of course. And also we have majority of our glass oriented towards the north to optimize northern sunlight in the buildings. Water harvestation was also in our interest. So after doing some calculations, we have concluded that with about half of the rainwater being collected, we would have 100% non-potable water for the toilets and also irrigation. And that irrigation would be for the landscape, but also could be applied for our community garden that is also adjacent to the market. And this is a more detailed view of how this situation works specifically for the mixed use building and the toilets. So there's a total of 6 288-gallon cisterns on the site.
And then so starting here, once we started developing this larger plan for the site, there were several things that we wanted to kind of like focus in on. And so one of those being kind of what she was just talking about related to that water. Thinking about this water feature that we have on the site and how that might work out to be connected to water harvesting. And also, like she mentioned, the permeable pavers that we were using on the site. The topography of the site slopes quite a bit as you start to get back to this corner. And so we thought it was really important to kind of prioritize and think about how that water can be handled. And so this is kind of detailing how we were expecting our permeable pavers to work in this scenario, but also thinking about ways in which our prairie kind of diffuses through the site and the relationship it develops when it meets some of these other materialities and some of these other elements that are happening in the project. And so this is starting on that residential mixed use side of the site, looking towards it. And we were focused on developing this kind of relationship where, like she mentioned, the prairie is a park, but also this kind of middle lawn is also a park area. The middle lawn one is slightly more flexible in a way that it serves both this kind of like in between of people who live on the site as well as people who might be visiting the site. And this is that arrangement of the housing there along Kemp, as well as the semi-public kind of artist studio that happens there and has a relationship with the public. This is an elevation there along Kemp, where we were kind of looking at, again, that scale of materiality and how it might apply to these. This is that central connection mixed use building that happens there. And like she mentioned, we really wanted to make sure that there was this kind of like cohesive flow from one side of the site to the next. So the market over here, the coffee shop here, and then it starts getting more cultural over here as you start getting the views of the existing building, as well as like a store related to the museum space and that covered outdoor seating area. And so this was just kind of talking about the idea that we had in mind of that flexible space over there, that it could be easily a place where, you know, people might be playing music on a random day, or, you know, local art festivals could be held there, or even just like community gatherings, like really still providing a place where people could come together was really important to us. And throughout the site, we are using a wood structural framing system. And this, in that mixed use building, we were planning on having a exposed structure. And so we were focusing in on exactly how some of those details would kind of resolve themselves. And also, like she had mentioned, our gutter system that happens to help us with like the collecting water. And this is a view along Montopolis. From Montopolis, the elevation there, we were, like we said, pretty conscious of making sure that we wanted to stay in scale with the existing building and the surrounding buildings. That was pretty important to us. And then this is a kind of like a little jump section cut through the mixed use building there, and starts to talk about the relationship that it starts to set up with the existing building and our exhibition building that take place on that side of the site.
So transitioning into the cultural center program, this is the existing building, and as you can see, it's integrated into, or our addition is integrated into the existing structure into something larger, but there's still that space, exterior space, where the existing building is still kind of in its own pedestal of prairie, and it's all still somewhat at the same scale. In this section, you can see through our addition building, it really, the plan responded to that path that we wanted to connect to the park. So here you can just see our main somewhat plaza space with the connection to the park in the back. So this is the floor plan of the whole cultural center building. So our approach to the existing building is we are retrofitting it to be functional as a gallery space, and the addition is also an extension of that gallery space. So this program is very close together, so there's like an easy flow, but we also wanted to promote an exterior approach to the existing building as well. So there's also a portico, a part of that side of the building. And also to the right of the plan is the more research, scholastic oriented program of the whole building. So this is where people will do research, and there's also an archive and storage. But on to the next section. So this is looking the other way towards the existing building. So you can see primarily the storage is on the back end of the building with the service street, and the lobby flows into the gallery area, which is the side of the building where the existing building is also near. This section is through our gallery space, and we have multiple northern facing skylights on the building. So this one is for the gallery exhibition space. And yeah, you can see that portico I just mentioned, and how we are promoting circulation both within this interior gallery, but also an exterior. So they also have the experience of walking up to the existing building with that prairie grass landscape.
And looking at that gallery space there, we were also, once like looking at these details, we were also looking at how the sprinklers could be kind of like embedded in there, as well as like lighting layout, and starting to figure out the mechanical system of things. And then this is the exhibition building as a whole, looking at the kind of structure of the whole thing and how we were addressing the foundation as the site starts to slope towards the back. And then also looking at our framing and then our shear walls that are also taking place in there. We didn't have any large spans or anything, so we didn't have to do anything too excessive with that. And like she mentioned, the existing building, our approach was to keep it as sorry, as like close to the original characteristic as possible, but looking at it to get it to serve as a gallery space. There was definitely some changes that need to be made. I think there is a part of the building that didn't even really have actual framing to it. And so there's a few layers of, I guess, updates that need to happen to it, but we plan on keeping the existing metal roof and the existing metal cladding that's on the outside of the building. And essentially what would happen is that the walls are going to get a little bit thicker moving towards the outside of the building, just based on introducing insulation and some extra layers in there to kind of like make sure it's like watertight. But it should retain at least most of the character that we have grown to be fond of throughout this project. And then this is a view from when you're approaching from that path that enters off of Montopolis, looking towards the existing building and the exhibition space back there with the prairie in the front. This is under that portico that she was just talking about, focusing on the connection, that exterior connection between the existing building and our addition building, and the way in which like the existing building really does have this kind of view of like sitting on a pedestal in the prairie, like she said. And really integrating that idea of like the history of the site and the landscape into this. And this is that framed view from the covered seating area that is on the end of that mixed use building, which we found to be a really interesting place to develop in terms of having a space that reflects on both the old and the new, as well as serving as like a nice gathering space for people. And then I think we'll end here on this kind of overview of our design.
Wonderful presentation. So thank you very much, Gabriela and Chloe. So we open out for questions, for comments. We have about 25 minutes left for the session. So to keep that in mind.
I will be very brief, just to start the end, the other one. And Chloe and Gabrielle, congratulations. I think this is a great exposition and presentation of the project, very well connected. I'm gonna talk about the very good things I can observe in your project. The first one is a very important thing for architecture, that is the scale. The scale is maybe the human scale is maybe the most important thing, and we always forget about that. And this connection, this scale between the fractal spaces that you have, but also you are interconnecting, and you are making a different form buildings, making with this form the open spaces form. And obviously that connection I really appreciate, and I really very pleased to see how they are presented, they are connected. Obviously the decision of the prairie, or to level the grass in the front, just to make this big view from the street, that I think that maybe you need a little bit more connection with the street. Your urban analysis at the beginning is really good, and I think could be a very developed project in the future, with this connection to the main park, with this understanding with all the housing surroundings, the materiality of all the existing building, the oldest existing building. I think this is a very good job. Your housing part, I think it's a little bit unconnected with the main. I understand why you put it there, why it's responding to the main or to the other housing in the neighborhood. I imagine how the neighborhood it is. I don't know it very well. And the last thing is this human scale is also seen in the hate, in the connection, the old with the new. In this case, it's really good related. I am still feeling that you could connect the past with the new, not only with the scale, not only with the forms, but only with the functions, and only also with some views that could be openings. I know. It's different to talk about heritage, to talk about past and new in Europe or the American condition or the Mexican condition. But I know that you could be a little bit more aggressive in connection the past with the today's structures. I really like your views. I really like your views that are not really they left for the imagination process. I like that. I imagine how this can be an overall group of the structure that could be developed in the future, that can be changed in the future, can be connected in the future with different ways. And congratulations, and that's it.
Thank you.
Ben, I'm willing to defer to the preservation folks if they want to chime, or John, yeah, anyone else. I just wanted to, I can ask this time. I wanted to make sure that the preservation folks speak at some point, and I don't know, I'll let you, Ben, moderate here. But I think maybe since I spoke first last time, I'll speak last after everyone, if there is time left.
I might just jump in quickly because I've got a pretty hard drop. I need to cut out a few minutes early. So so I'll just maybe add a few points. Yeah, I would agree. I really appreciate the way in which you all have negotiated the complex geometry of the site. And again, I think the previous project, it's not a comparison of good and bad, but it's a compelling comparison to look at these two projects side by side, because they take two very different site strategies. And I think it's just useful to, especially for the community members, to kind of tease out those differences. And I also think the scale of the structure, and in particular the facade detailing, not necessarily the construction detailing of the facade, but the way in which you've modulated a kind of human scale subdivision of facades across the building in ways that vary from surface to surface or edge to edge, which I think is a compelling part of your project. Some of it is porticos, sometimes there's a long kind of ribbon windows, sometimes there are other kind of facade types. And I think that also probably helps to break down the overall scale of the project, just architecturally speaking. And I think the sensitivity of how you're connecting through the site and opening up the site. And I think highlighting the prominence of the existing structure is a compelling one. I think maybe, and this might be somewhat similar to one of the comments I had about the previous project, I think this site may be an opportunity for some further thought and development. I asked a question earlier about the existing structure and what is it used for, and it's so I'll defer to the preservationists on this. I'm sure some of my comments that I'm about to make right now might be more horrific to some of them, but it's a very curious condition sometimes when we're dealing with a project like this, where significance is really, I think, imbued and permeates the project because of its use and its kind of cultural and social significance, maybe more so than the specific architectural one. But as architects, then we tend to honor the very specificity of its architecture in a way that seems somewhat curious, right? So I don't know, you might have heard of the thought experiment of the ship of Theseus, right? The famous Greek ship of the hero Theseus that was parked in a port to honor his heroic efforts, and it became a museum. And the idea is that over a century, the boards of the ship begin to rot And so as they rot, they're replaced. And so over a century, every piece of the ship has been replaced. So the thought experiment, the question is that still the ship of Theseus? And in some ways, we can think about architecture in a similar way. Now, I'm not suggesting that you dismantle this building, but I wonder if there's a way that you can start to create a kind of dialogue. Maybe there's, not unlike the Issei Shrine, another pavilion adjacent to that that's built from year to year, that maybe is a way of also teaching certain skills of construction, large frame timber, for example. I think about, I don't know if you're aware of the, I'll drop a link in the chat room, the Sweetwater Foundation in the south side of Chicago, where they've intervened into a series of open lots throughout this neighborhood. And some of the structures are kind of large frame timber structures that are built for the community for a variety of programs. And they also use the construction of those to teach certain methods of construction and engage the community in a very active way. And so, I don't know, I wonder if there's a way of thinking about, or the Issei Shrine, which is built every 20 years in the Japanese city, where the existing shrine is dismantled and a new one is built. So again, I'm not suggesting that existing structure get dismantled, but I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way to more actively engage it? Maybe it's also open up for church services to, again, restore some of its original use. And in so doing, does that open up other opportunities to think of that open space in front of it? So it's more than just a kind of trophy as a backdrop, but we're able to actively engage it. I know you're proposing a gallery of sorts, but I put that on the table as a way to kind of maybe complicate the conversation about preservation and what makes sense in different contexts may not make sense in others. But all of that being said, I think I just think you've done a nice job of sensitively responding to the complexities of the site and the program in a way that does honor that existing structure, and I think links back out to the larger community.
Yeah, that's a great comment. Thank you. That's definitely something we're still trying to figure out. It's a hard thing to figure out. How do you actively engage kind of that space, like you were saying? So that's really helpful. Thank you.
Chloe and Gabrielle, yeah, thank you. First of all, sorry, my apologies. I had some technical difficulty, so I missed a little bit of your presentation, and now I can get my camera to turn on without restarting Zoom. But you all know what I look like, so I don't want to be disrespectful though. But so I'm going to keep my comments brief because unfortunately I missed some of your earlier introduction to the project. But yeah, I really appreciate the thoroughness of your project. I kind of maybe kind of following up on what John's saying in terms of how you're dealing with the existing building, and I think he brings up some good questions. How sacrilegious is it to move it or relocate it, or how important is its current location there at that odd angle in the site? I think these are some good questions to ask. But even if you say you're going to leave it in that location, leave it untouched, but kind of the renovation strategy you're proposing, you're more or less, again, you're taking the whole thing apart and putting it back together, right? And then how far do you take it? But even if you leave it exactly where it is in its position, I'm wondering how you could tie it in, a little bit. It's kind of sits a little bit in that prairie grass island right now, right? How approachable is it that you can walk up to it? I mean, you've got that very skinny walkway kind of in the front. And you have that strategy of kind of the pervious paved surface. So maybe I'm just kind of looking at the the grassland right in front of it towards Montopolis, but then also a little pocket behind it. Maybe there's a strategy to make it literally more approachable in the sense that you've got stepping stones, or maybe it's not quite as tightly laid out in terms of a pavement as you have it there in that center space right here, right? But maybe there's kind of a strategy where there's kind of a blend maybe of the prairie grass landscape and then kind of your improved kind of your improvements. So I'm wondering if that could be a strategy to kind of tie it into the whole complex on either side, and really kind of anchor it within that. And then I also agree that maybe there's something you need. I'm not saying it should be a physical barrier or a wall or anything. Maybe it's landscaping. I know that the prairie grass landscape actually might have very little trees, but is there something here that happens along that can, let's say, not be a barrier to the street, but can kind of, maybe it can become a threshold or a gateway to your project, but at the same time also allow you to feel contained within that space, so that when you've got kids running around, families, you don't have to be worried about who's going to run into the street. Kind of very simple things like that. And then kind of lastly, I'm wondering, I kind of really like the clear form of this. You kind of set this one up as well. I'm wondering about the clarity, the structural clarity of that, and also and along with that kind of goes the flexibility and the resilience. Like this building, right? It's gone through so many changes, and it's been able to accommodate those changes because it's a very simple rectangular box, right? And it's really easy to go and change the program from a school to whatever, to a museum, to a gallery, whatever you want it to be. So I'm wondering if, you could have that same consideration for, I know you got your research part here, but maybe kind of for this part where you have the exhibit, it seems like very compartmentalized. So I'm wondering if that could be opened up a little bit and kind of have maybe, you got the clarity of the diagram here, right? Maybe that clarity could be continued in the other building as well. But overall, I really appreciate your work. Thank you. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, perhaps, I will take Matt, and Matt, perhaps you can join the conversation and invite Kim and everyone who is joining us from the city to now that you guys have seen both projects, this is pretty much a taste of what is going to happen the rest of the day, where the studio has been designed to be kind of a laboratory of ideas, right? Of different ways in which this can be addressed. I don't know if you guys want to give us some comments for the projects that we have seen this morning.
Hi, this is Kim McKnight. I just want to first thank all the students for their incredible work. It's just remarkable to see just kind of ideas without, just ideas that cut with big ideas, I think is what I'm really trying to say. We're always sort of in the city, you kind of start with your constraints in a way that can sometimes feel very limiting. So it's very refreshing to see just big ideas. I will say that I did like elements of both proposals. I think that what appeals to me about the second proposal is the scale and how it is able to really, from my perspective as somebody with a historic preservation background, really highlight the original historic building. I also do like, I think what's really important about this site is this idea of communicating its original rural character, and that the Montopolis is one of the sort of oldest kind of communities in Central Texas. And so it seems like a lot of space to leave open, but the idea of leaving the sight line in front of the school open and with a prairie landscape and somewhat unprogrammed is really a way to communicate that sense of rural character. And that's going to be a difficult thing to preserve with this project. There's other folks from PARD on the call, and I would invite them to provide some feedback as well. Anyone? Ellen?
Hi, yes. I would also like to say thank you to the students and to Ben Hameen. These projects are very fascinating. I think that in both cases, you all looked very carefully at not just the site, but at the community and thought about the needs of the community in conjunction with the needs of the site, and how to preserve the building and respond to the community and the neighborhood. I think that in John and James' project, I really appreciated the idea of bringing in and really thinking through providing a market space, a grocery store, and the idea of activating the street side and the park around the existing school building. And I thought it was interesting, you know, Montopolis is a busy street. I thought it was interesting to introduce some traffic calming elements. And I was also in agreement with some of the comments that were made about the scale of the building. And then also the ideas of connecting the street and honoring the Montopolis School and thinking about entry and different times of the day and how connected the street would be to the school and how the building responds to the original site and school. So I was interested in trying to accommodate all that programming and working with very strong architectural style and the gridded piece, making it work. I think that there were some good comments about connecting and trying to, I just think there was a lot taken on, and maybe connection and views to the school itself from the street could be studied more. I appreciated the ideas of putting park-like space in the back, places for gathering of community. I think in the second project, and Danielle and Chloe's project, I really appreciate the ideas of really thinking through views from the new buildings to the Montopolis School and the sense of scale, solar studies, looking at the pedestrian experience and shade, the kind of flow from inside to outside. And I guess I think that the use of the existing building, I think that is a difficult issue, but also could be, I think both projects, maybe the second one thought about it a little bit more about what would go on in that building, how it could be used by the community, or what would be the program. And perhaps leaving it a flexible space with a lot of support in the new buildings is one way to address it. So I think these are really strong projects. There's a lot of thought that went into accommodating a lot of different programs and new use within the site. It's a difficult site, and as far as the shape and connections. So it was great work and very interesting to take all these ideas and to keep them in mind. Thank you.
And maybe add a few comments if
yes, Matt, please.
Anyone else? Yeah. So yeah, there have been a lot of comments that I would agree with generally, and I can maybe just add a few things. I'll start just by mentioning that to Gabrielle and Chloe, I do think this is a very thorough project, and with a lot of accomplishment here, and so it's a great portfolio piece. So anything I'm saying is just to help, for the sake of learning, right? And so I think the first thing I would say is a question that hasn't come up specifically that I find to be a very interesting one here, and it's because it's one thing to talk about the building itself that you're preserving, the historical building, and what happens there. But I think there's an interesting question in my mind to do with preservation in terms of walking a fine line of trying to create new additions around it, new buildings that are sensitive to it without being so similar to it that it almost camouflages it to a certain extent, right? Because there's a certain point where if you mimic it too much, it's like, oh, which one of these was the original? And you're not close to that line, but I just wanted to point out it's like an interesting thought experiment, right? Like the other thing would be to actually do something that for the additions that are new, so that it clearly highlights what's different. And you've tried to do that in terms of your site positioning, where you've placed this relative to the street, so it's very visible. but it just got me thinking that there's almost two directions I might suggest going if you were to do another iteration of this. And one would be actually going even further to try to break down the scale of of your massing of your forms, and part of this is thinking about the fact that no one will ever see the scheme like from a drone, like this axonometric view, right? And no one ever sees this. What you'll see is what would look like a really big building, like low lying, but a really big building down here. You don't get to appreciate, you know, the way this is broken down. This is broken down. So it gets me thinking, what if there were some break here, and maybe it's just that this roof form is just one big gable roof form, and this is one big gable roof form, and maybe we see the, you know, sort of a rake or pediment on that end. This becomes a sort of a glassy portion between them, and then maybe a similar thing over here to where this is a gable form, and maybe that's some other gable form, and this is a flat roof that sort of slips beneath it potentially. But that would be one way where it's like almost looking like, well, you're basically mimicking the scale of all of these buildings. If everything you're doing is trying to mimic that, and then you're using those exceptions as an opportunity to dissolve and break down that scheme so that the massing of all this seems even smaller, which to me raises that question of, well, is it starting to camouflage a little bit with this or not? But either way, that would be one direction I would push it. The other would be the opposite, where, especially for this building back here, where you might say, well, what if this is one big super shed over this, where it is solid in some portions, it is trellis in some portions, it is rippling to allow skylight conditions in other portions, but it feels more like just an overhead canopy, and then these buildings just sort of float beneath that, feel to float beneath that canopy. And so it's not at all trying to mimic what this is. It's a whole other field condition that creates its own microclimate. But what it would do is, I think these skylights feel strange at the moment. It feels as though it's like, it feels as though it's an afterthought of like, oh, well, we need to find a way to get some light in here. Let's punch into this system that's here. It almost feels like what you would do for renovation, especially this one. Just, and it's like, well, you designed that roof. You could have designed the roof to be able to actually accommodate that with, you know, sort of as a split gable, the entire roof could split, for example. And so I think that you could imagine having a larger operation for all of that enclosure, and then giving a little more flexibility, as Uli was mentioning, in terms of some of the, you know, some of the compartmentalized component of that. And so again, these are picky things, but it's just like, you got it this far, and it then raises new questions like, okay, how might you push this further? What would I do if I had more time with that? And I wonder if even that question of, if you went the super shed route, that perhaps that might create a new condition for this type of the paving down here and how that's occupied, which I think actually could be very similar to the space by the Union that you've probably had lunch at before, you know, the outdoor space that's on the east side. That's and if you had some sort of trellis covering over it, that's a pretty nice space. I think it's one of the nicer spaces on our portion of campus. The other thing to think of as analogy is the area in front of the Ransom Center. So just to make references that are close to us, where in that case, it's almost, it's paved as the main condition, and it has some planter beds with cacti and trees and different things. But I do wonder if there is a way to think about that. And in other words, it might feel as though this building might actually feel more prominent if it's in a different field condition for its paving down below, that feels as though it's flowing all the way between these zones. I don't know how better to explain that, but it might not even prove out. If it could be one of those ones where, this is the privilege and the challenge of being a reviewer, right? Is to sort of say, well, I wonder what could happen here. But all those things are to say, I think all those things could fit even within your structural logic. You have a structural logic that's quite clean and clear in terms of how this is supported, which I appreciate. You try to be as consistent with that as you can all the way throughout. And then the same thing for your paving logic, of how you thought about impervious cover, semi-pervious cover, and then completely, so impervious, semi-pervious, impervious, that there could be a way to rethink that in addition to your roof regime, let's call it. Again, a great project, and I appreciate all the things that you were working through, thinking through. I think there's a lot to be proud of, and thanks for sharing it.
Thank you, Matt. So I think that we run out of time, and we are pretty much at the end of the first session. Thanks to James, John, Chloe, and Gabrielle for the great projects and the conversation that they created. So now we have a very small, short lunch break, and we will reconvene back at 12:30. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Uli. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you all. Great work.
Yeah.
Thank y'all so much.
And Ellen, thank you very much for I
Thank you, everyone.
you continue joining us for the afternoon. And okay, so let's go and have a quick break. Thank you, and we continue. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Salvador, Michael, how are you guys?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good, good.
For some reason, I lost my Bluetooth on my laptop, but I'll use my iPad. I think this will work fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure.
And so we're starting in 1 minute, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So we are back.
Hello.
Hi, guys. Austin Parks. Well, so we are just holding off a little bit for Michael Holleran.
Hi.
Who? Hi, Michael. Thomas. And Alex.
Hi, Benjamin.
Hi, Alex.
How are you?
Good, good.
Alex, do we get on every review together? You
I
must be
know,
skipping me
right? You following me?
now. Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Michael Holleran. We can't hear you. You are muted, but I see you're.
Yep, so I was. Hello.
Okay, wonderful. So I think that we all are here. So good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start with the second session of our final review for the Integrative Advanced Studio, the Graduate Integrative Advanced Studio. We just had a short break for lunch. Now we continue. I'm gonna ask the reviewers if they have any questions about the site and our program. I sent you some information. Don't know if you guys had time to review it. If you didn't, that's okay. I can introduce it quickly, but I just want to know where we are here. Are we good? What about you, Alex?
I think I'm good. I was just wondering if the brief is something that is being considered in reality, or the brief is something you kind of created for the studio, the programmatic brief.
Yeah,
I mean.
Yeah. So the studio emerges from a conversation I had with Kim McKnight, who is joining us also here from Austin's Park and Recreation from the city, who, as I mentioned, they just recently acquired this property.
Yeah.
And is sitting there waiting for something to happen with it, right? So we thought that it would be a good idea for us to take this as a studio project and work with it. Always within the context that the studio is set to create to become a laboratory of ideas, where students have different approaches to the same issue, and in fact all those different solutions make a comprehensive view of all the different things that could happen here. Now there are a couple of situations that because this is an advanced studio, and comprehensive integrated one, the square footage needed to be more robust. That's why we added the housing project, and we took over the northern property on the site. And so that let me just quickly show you here. So the site itself, right, is it has this weird shape, and the city right now owns this. I'm sorry. Let me do annotate. It owns this part. Is this proper? This is the property, because there is a weird right of way here that never happened. So we are assuming first assumption that the city will take over this part, right? Because it is a right of way that never happened, a street that was never built. And second, that there is a private-public partnership in which there is an opportunity to develop this site that is currently sitting vacant, and added the two components of the program, which is the grocery store, because this is a food desert right now, and the housing, right? Because gentrification is an issue over here, and one of them, actually Lucas and Martin, took that very seriously, and how to include housing as part of this initiative. So the project is real. The is sitting there. The city is, figuring out what to do with it. The setting is within the context of an academic, advanced studio. Okay, and so just to summarize, we are dealing here with, what the existing conditions of the existing building is about, its integration, how it becomes part of the complex. Yes, Salvador.
Sorry, I just have a question about the studio in general. You say it's an advanced studio and it's integrated. Is it a vertical studio then?
Oh, okay, integrated.
And is there an equivalent to the master's degree?
Yeah, this is a graduate advanced studio. Okay. Okay. So the students who are actually taking this studio are about to graduate as, with a master's in architecture this tomorrow or a couple of weeks, right? And then and some of them are graduating next semester, but it's part of and it's one of the last studios they take, and it's called Integrative because, as I'm just going to go through that, right? The idea is, okay, integration between the old and the new. That's one ingredient that I brought to the studio, right? But the other one is definitely, okay, what is about the open spaces and the interior spaces, the integration between those two. The nature of the program, the spread out of the program, created a situation where the students had to deal with the landscape in I think a manner that they were not used to, because it's usually about the buildings, and we leave landscapes for the landscape architects. So it's more about, okay, what is your proposition for the actual landscape? And also, well, the buildings themselves, right? What is the space, the form, the order, and the vocabulary that they are using in order to, work with the pre-existing structure. And of course, that unfolds into the materials assemblies, the wall sections and details, the structure as a much more detailed manner. That's something that these studios usually do. They actually look at, wall sections, and the students have to have a credible proposition for the structure and the way in which they are going to use materials. And then at the end, right, this is about what is the umbrella, is like how this architecture that is culturally charged integrates, bringing the integrated word here, the old and the new. Does that make sense? Any other questions? Yeah. Any other questions? Well, if there are no other questions, I think that we can just jump straight to the students' presentations. We have two projects to review in this time slot. So I'm confident that we will have enough time for the presentation and the conversation. I have asked the students to present for no longer than 15, 20 minutes max, so we can have something between 30 minutes or so for the conversation afterwards. So it's fair game to talk about the general scheme, but also about the buildings, okay? And of course, how the old and the new integrate is the whole thing here. So yeah, so we are going to start with Lucas and Martin. It's going to be the first team taking over. So let you guys take the microphone.
Great. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Great. Thanks. Okay, so my name's Lucas and my partner's name is Martin. So first, this project begins with the community center, the preservation of a significant building in Montopolis, its history, community, and space. While the use of the building has changed and adapted over time, it's always remained an important space for Montopolis. It was first constructed in 1891 as a shotgun house, which was then destroyed by a storm in 1935. Then a two-room barrack, which was moved from Camp Swift and renovated to serve as Montopolis School. And most recently, in 1967, as a small Christian congregation, which was condemned in 1987, so the city could build a road through the site, but the road was never built. So today, Montopolis is a predominantly Black and Latin American community, which include elderly households and large families struggling with rising housing costs. In a report by the Uprooted Project compiled by the UT Community and Regional Planning Program, Montopolis is classified as a type 1 gentrifying neighborhood, which is, quote, experiencing appreciation still with low to moderate home values, but is considered under the most vulnerable category of 17 of 200 neighborhoods in Austin. So according to the report, Montopolis is in need of serious anti-displacement intervention in order to protect those living in the neighborhood. So our design considers how change and adaptability have formed architectural space and community. Given the importance of the building and the culture it is preserving, we seek to combine the program of the studio to question what the city can do to provide affordable housing to a population at risk of displacement. We wanted to bring into discussion the importance of the community through both the educational benefit of the cultural center, but also through an affordable housing scheme that uses adaptability, flexibility, and agency to question what new solutions can be provided for anti-displacement. We are considering these programs with equal measure, as we believe without the community to benefit from the community center, we have failed to develop an adequate solution.
Beyond the immediate site, we began to investigate the surrounding area of Montopolis and noticed a reoccurring theme: a prominence of small congregation spaces similar in form and use to the existing 500 Montopolis structure. Through photographs, we documented these humble structures dotting the landscape of the neighborhood. Through this investigation, we noticed these structures either falling into disrepair or being sold for development, like in the case of the Church of God in Christ previously located in the Burns Memorial Temple at 505 Kemp Street, just 1 block away. This investigation also revealed exciting but humble forms, materials, and other architectural characteristics of the area that we were partial to. Ideas that could inform the character of the new community center. Understanding that the structure at 500 Montopolis, as well as smaller spaces of congregation in the area, are at risk of gentrification and development, our proposal seeks to use preservation of the existing structure as a means to create a series of new congregation spaces, both formal and informal, interior and exterior, of various and flexible sizes. Due to its ample setback from the street and its unorthodox orientation, as well as its mothballed state, the current building has taken on a new role of space making, creating a variety of outdoor spaces that have come to be used by members of the community for varying means and sizes of congregation, from barbecues to rallies.
So this is just an isometric shot. So our proposal seeks to link the building's formal past functions as a place of education and worship with its new informal function as a maker of outdoor and indoor spaces of congregation. So growing from the modest typological characteristics of the existing building and the places of congregation in the area, a double gabled structure bridges the tighter city-owned portion of the site with the more generous non-city-owned northern area. By crossing this boundary, we are calling attention to the pressing need of the community, most notably the needs for affordable housing and solutions to the food desert. Formally, this bridging creates opposing plazas. One with a visible civic presence addressing both approaches from Montopolis Drive, and one which utilizes the existing building to create a smaller, more private court shielded from the street. From the large street-facing plaza, you enter into a lobby, a space which can be used for a variety of gathering functions, such as local artist exhibitions or polling stations. The lobby can also spill into a shaded area of the plaza. The entrance to the community center directly relates to the placement of the existing building. The chamfer of the entrance couples with an exterior colonnade, which creates a strong visual and spatial connection to the existing structure. An 8-foot central hallway, which mirrors the exterior hall, collects 2 equally sized rooms, which can be used as classrooms for programs in the area, like Ecology Action, which is across the street, or after-school programs. Adjacent to each of these classrooms is an exterior courtyard, which is framed overhead by a light well, creating an interior-exterior dichotomy. Just as the lobby can spill out into the plaza, so can the classrooms into the courtyard. So this is just a shot of the classroom looking from the courtyard. Each of these classrooms has storage on the outermost wall, which is used for things like chairs and tables, while an accordion wall can split the rooms into 2 smaller spaces. Like the existing building, the community center culminates in a space for a stage, which can be used for performance, worship, or exhibition purposes. Retractable bleachers expand from the southeastern wall to allow for larger congregations of up to 70 people. The entrance to this large space is given importance with heavy steel doors, which can be utilized to change the approach into the space from a permeable one to a more private one. This larger gathering space spills out into a 40 by 30 foot breezeway, which this shot's looking from the breezeway. This breezeway frames an enormous heritage oak located in the neighbor's yard. The community center ends in 2 buildings of similar scale and form, a collections area and the preservation of the existing building. The 2,000 square foot collections area supports both temporary exhibitions in the community center and a permanent collection of artifacts of significance to Montopolis, cycled and displayed in the newly preserved structure. The collections can also be utilized as a private study or exhibition space for small gatherings of local residents or those who have objects stored in this space.
These 2 buildings frame a tiered courtyard. Steps orient towards a gravel path in one direction and towards the existing building in another, creating an informal theater which can be used for a variety of performances. So this is the existing building and its preservation, and this is the new community center collections wing. In its current state, the preservation of the existing building presents some challenges. The northern wing of the existing building lacks significant structure and is substantially held together by sheathing. This is the northern wing in this diagram. So rather than bring the building back to an unclear original state, our intention is to fortify the space that the building creates and anchor the community center that has grown from it. First, the exterior of the remaining structure of the northern wing is used as the interior formwork for casting concrete against a corrugated metal shell. The result is an impression of the existing building on the interior, including the windows and doors, and an exterior which matches the pattern of the rest of the community center. This becomes an outdoor space similar in character to the courtyards which flank the classrooms and lobby of the new building. The relatively healthy state of the southern part of the existing building allows us to preserve its interior character. The walls are built out in a similar manner to the new building to create an insulated exhibition space. The studs of the former classroom become frames for exhibition walls, and large tectonic wooden display tables are utilized to bring attention to the warm interior qualities of the existing building. The existing stage is left for larger displays, and the site of the blackboard becomes a window. The wooden trusses of this wing are preserved as well, but because the northern wing will be exposed to the elements, the roof structure here is reconstructed out of steel. This roof rebuild also frames out a light well, similar in scale to the light wells over the other courtyards in the community center. Rather than protrude out, though, it recedes into the courtyard. This creates 2 dynamic spaces which both relate to the spatial qualities of the existing building, but allow it to be programmatically used as a permanent exhibition space. Currently, the building has a stair to enter on either sides. Our proposal gently slopes from the community center to elevate the slab around the building to enable ADA access. The preservation of the existing building and the creation of the community center create 2 lawns of different characters, a more civic lawn towards Montopolis Drive, which is on this side, and a lawn more akin to a pocket park on the Kemp Street side, which is over here. The gabled form of the community center ends in a cantilever, which frames out a trailhead bathroom. This newly created trailhead bathroom faces the Ecology Action Preserve and Trail, which continues on to Roy G. Cabrera Park. The community center is intended to be a visually and spatial permeability. This is an initial instant film study that we did of the building on our site visit. The double gable formed thus acts as a collector of various gatherings and congregation spaces.
Okay, so basically indications are that this area of Montopolis, the area of Montopolis can be considered a food desert. While the original prompt called for a grocery store, our proposal attempts to solve more rooted problems in a food desert, including nutrition, education, and access to large community kitchen spaces, similar to an approach to what the Sustainable Food Center is doing on the east side of Austin. While in one direction, the chamfer of the community center faces the street and leads to a colonnade towards the existing building, in the other direction, it leads to an exterior hallway that connects all the way to the trailhead. This hall is introduced by a courtyard and entrance to the community kitchen. A wing stems from the gable of the community center to collect an office which shares a courtyard with the community kitchen. The office serves both the community center and the community kitchen. Its form shields a private exterior space towards the south for the office staff, and its western face becomes a sheltered outdoor classroom. The shaded entrance to the community kitchen enters into a lobby housing bathrooms and info desk and storage. Off of the lobby is a banquet space which can be utilized for culinary gatherings and events and can spill out into the head of a shared courtyard. The 1,500 square foot community kitchen space fills out the rest of the first half of the wing. An overhead sawtooth roof frames clerestory windows to the north. The light well motif is utilized here for the central exhaust. Together, the banquet and the kitchen can be shared for education and community engagement. So on the left, you're looking into the kitchen, and on the right is the banquet space.
A central mechanical and loading well splits the wings into an eastern and western half. As the kitchens are on the eastern side, artist studios and residents take the western side. The artist studios fill out the first floor. The space is generally flexible with a plumbing and storage core dividing clean and dirty sides of the studio. Because the structure is minimally intrusive, the plan can be partitioned or reconfigured further. So these are the artist studios on the western side of this wing, and the plumbing and core which divides the studios into two. The dirty side of the studio has large bay doors which face the loading and parking, creating a vibrant and used facade. Lofted studios for the artists sit above the workspace, sharing a large northern double height space. So these are the lofts above the artist studios. Their layout follows the same pattern as below, sharing the same central plumbing core which divides the lofts into two flexible rooms. The artists share a communal kitchen on the western facade of the first floor. The beginning of the connection between the artist residences and the housing units towards Kemp Street. Given the need for affordable housing in Montopolis, we decided to allot our extra program to additional affordable housing units, increasing the unit size and density. The result is 10 units that collectively face Kemp Street. So this is Kemp on the plan.
So these two housing wings, which are 6 and 4 units, split centrally to a shared courtyard, which connect at the corner of the courtyard created by the artist studios. So this is just a view looking from one balcony across the courtyard. The housing unit comes in pairs collected around the 300 foot. So this is the 300 square foot courtyard.
Courtyards here.
Sorry. So a 5 foot wide wall leads to these courtyards off the driveway, which can act as storage or kind of an entrance. From the garage, you can enter the court into a central circulation area. So here are the garages, and then you can enter into either the courtyard or if these are connected, which they can be adapted, which I'll explain. So basically the garages can be turned into additional apartment units to house aging parents or tenants whose rent can subsidize the owner's home payments. So these are large enough for a 380 square foot apartment. Because the structural system follows the same system of the artist studios, partition walls can be reconfigured to allow for a multitude of family situations. So on the top of this plan, you can see something that's changed for the bottom, so they can be adapted.
Also, there's an operable perforated metal screen which wraps both the community kitchen wing and the housing units to control ambient light and privacy. or where the screen doesn't continue, the frame does to allow for shading devices to be hung from. The governing structural system is a series of steel columns on a 15-foot square grid, navigated by W-flange girders and moment members with galvanized steel rafters. Both the community center and the community kitchen employ this primary structure with lightweight wood partition walls. So this is a construction section of the steel structure with wooden infill at all of the sort of thresholds. Circular columns give both a civic importance and a soft edge, while steel trusses bring continuity to the plazas. So there are 3 trusses here in the central space of the community wing, and you can see these large steel columns which create a stoa or a portico along the southeastern facade of the building. So we want to wrap up just by talking about materiality. So through the renders, we've been showing a sort of orange-brown texture, and that is hemp board, which is lapped to coat the building. It's a corrugated material, which we originally were interested in fiber cement, but we found that hemp was much more sustainable material and has a warmth very akin to what the existing building interior looks like. You can also see the steel rafters and sort of steel structure, which permeate the entire project with wooden infill walls. This is a schematic section of the gallery space with the bleachers open, so you can see that the truss is low enough to keep your eye height all the way to a window on the back wall. We do have a drip edge towards the Montopolis facade, but where we don't, we expose these gutters. And this is the drainage plan, so you can see where all of the gutters go. And then we have 2 large drip edges off of the office, and then right here into the lawn, which is drainage of stormwater through a French drain. And this is a schematic mechanical plan which shows the large mechanical rooms, which allow for zoning of this flexible space so that this space can be used for larger congregations, where VAV units can control if there's nobody in one classroom versus the other. And we have a large central mechanical space so that a lot of exhaust would be coming from both the kitchen and the studios. So we centralized that mechanical so you could serve both sides of the wing.
So yeah, I think we'll just wrap it up and leave questions now. So I guess basically collectively, the project attempts to create varied and flexible congregation spaces which adapt to the community's needs is kind of easy. So we'll just open it up for questions now.
I'm going to interject here quickly because I was so concerned about efficiency with time that I forgot to introduce our reviewers to you guys and to each other. So first, I'm going to start with Alex Jaschke, who is a faculty member here. She teaches sustainable design related courses. She's part of also the sustainable design master's degree, and teaches construction 1 for the undergrads, as long as also studios for grad and undergrad. Michael Holloran. Michael is a faculty member here, the former director of the Historic Preservation Program. He is a specialist on historic preservation. Obviously, he teaches theory of preservation and preservation planning, and he has we have taught together studios that deal with some issues related to preservation as well. Michael McCall, who is a faculty member here also. He teaches studio. He comes from practice. He has practice in the West Coast, if I'm correct. And he teaches studios mostly. And this year I was set on his intermediate studio review, but he also teaches comprehensive, which is the undergrad version of the studio as well. And also we have Kim McKnight, who is a former student from the Historic Preservation Program, graduate from our program, and who is now working for the city of Austin for Parks and Recreation Department. She leads the efforts on cultural properties for the city. We have Sarah Marshall. Sarah works also with Kim. She's a historian and works on the cultural properties division of the city. We have Herlinda Zamora here, who works for the city as well, and does work and manages museums for the city. Now we have Sarah Marshall. Sarah is an architect, and she works for the city as well. Is it? No, sorry, Ellen Colfax, sorry. Sarah just said it was a historian, right? Well, Ellen is the architect who is joining us from the city as well. And Salvador Blumenkron. Salvador is an architect, graduated from National University of Mexico, another colleague of mine who I went to school with. And now he lives in Minnesota. He teaches at the University of Minnesota Studios, and also participates in a practice. He's part of an office, a design office called Collage, where they design residential and commercial buildings. Am I missing anyone? Thomas Palmer. I see these names. Thomas, are you with the city?
No, he's a friend.
He's a friend, and the same with William?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome, friends. All right, I just want to make sure that, we cover everyone. All right, so those are our viewers. We have an excellent panel today. So now we are opening it for comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, pleasure to be here. I'm going to start. Thank you for the invite. And I'm going to start with a question, or two questions for you guys. Congratulations to begin with. A lot of work, and you did an amazing job at presenting it. Thank you for your work. But also wanted to ask you, first of all, what would be your concept for your project? And two, what would differentiate you as designers from everybody else?
That's a good question to ask right before we're getting out of school, right? I think in terms of the concept, we struggled a little bit when we were given the prompt of housing. We were really drawn to these small congregation spaces in the area, and like we said, there was one spot just down the road that was literally just bulldozed, and it was like very simple forms, retrofitted houses. But we also felt the need to provide civic spaces for civic engagement for this community, and that's where we try to create plazas around the existing building. So it really stems from that anchor.
And I think it was looking at kind of the orientation of the existing building and these unique spaces that created, and trying to kind of capture those exterior spaces that were more urban rather than kind of rectilinear. They were more eccentric, I guess.
So in terms of architecture, what would be your actual design move that you were pursuing?
Are you asking what was the first move on this project, or what would generally be your move?
Your big move, yeah.
I suppose our move on this project was to somehow link it to Montopolis and Kemp Street to sort of navigate that divide with a sort of singular structure, which actually embraces the slope as well, to sort of hover around the building and emphasize that space and that plaza that is created. We also push towards the path that can get you towards Roy Guerrero Park. And so that's why this strong move was sort of the anchor, right? The two plazas on both sides. And then the rest of the project grew from that. And as we said, we were really interested in actually demanding some attention to the affordable housing crisis in this area by crossing over from a site that the city can do something on versus a site that we don't know if the city can do anything on.
Okay, I'll comment on that later, but I'll allow everybody else to ask their questions. Thank you.
So, one of the things I have struggled with through the presentation was what's existing, what's new, and sometimes when you were describing what you were doing, what exact areas. Could you look at maybe the site plan or something and get me oriented a little better as to, is there anything new left? Is there, I'm not clear.
So this is the preservation. This is the preservation project. We in the sort of preservation, concept.
So what's existing? Everything?
No. So what's remaining of the building is just the interior studs and the roof trusses.
This building's existing. That one there. That's it.
Yeah. This is currently there.
That's
yeah,
it.
That's
All right. Thank you.
Wait, there is also, Michael, so the site, that's why it has this weird shape. This is pre-existing too, right?
Correct.
Private property.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this building is the building that brought us here. Is the old school that now then became a church. There was an African American dedicated school that the city has purchased that property for the purpose of safeguarding, for the purpose of restoring it or doing some preservation with this building.
That's the building there?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I think you need to show that somehow. I mean, I'm pretty slow, but I wouldn't read that if I was just looking at the drawings.
All right. I'm sorry. I thought it
That's
would be
okay.
in the packet, so we tried to focus on.
So I'm going to go back to the idea. I mean, okay, what's the concept, right? And I think you hinted on a few things, but I don't think that you can solve. I mean, first of all, I agree. It's extremely comprehensive, well drawn. Your presentation was very nice. I'm really pleased with what you've done. But sometimes I think that, this is, I want to take this with a grain of salt. Sometimes we talk about, I don't know, I was going to say saving the world so much that we forget what the architecture is that's going to serve those functions and what it is conceptually. And you didn't really answer the last question about what's your design concept. You talked a lot about what you want to do socially and stuff, which is all extremely important and all very, very necessary. But if I just strip it down and say conceptually, what is your architectural design concept?
Yeah, and I think it's creating these series of congregation spaces that are to the same scale of the ones that are being, bulldozed and developed and put under this double gable form that kind of splits from the existing building and gives that a certain importance while keeping the front of that building kind of a street view to that.
Okay, and I would suggest that I think that might be a really, really strong criterion, but I'm not sure that then you're saying, this is my goal, now how do I achieve it? Through, and that's all. I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. It comes off that way a little bit, and I apologize. I think it would have been beneficial to your project, because I think what you've done is really nice, but it's a collection of little ideas that I don't think is really coalesced into the big idea yet.
Mm-hmm.
Michael, I think the reason why I asked those questions was exactly because of what you said. And I think it's a very well organized program that we can see graphically on a paper or a screen in this case, but I don't see an intentional move or concept that is reflected in the spaces, or at least when you say the congressional spaces, I see them programmatically and I see them compartmentalized in little spaces within the buildings, but not amongst the buildings or the spaces that are in between. I think the landscape is as crucial and important as those spaces that you're calling congregation. And I think that's where Michael and I coinciding with the comments.
Yeah, maybe
yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Michael, finish.
No, I was just going to say, no, you go ahead, please.
No, I mean, in a way to continue on this topic, because I was also really impressed with the way you've developed the project, and I think programmatically it works pretty well. I mean, it's very convincing how you're building up the spaces, moving from the public to semi-public to private, and also how you're bridging between these two streets. But I do agree that there could be much more done in terms of how you give identity to this project in terms of the language that you are adopting, and how that language in part spurs from the architecture that you found on site, and to some degree you're preserving, and in part is a whole new animal, right? And to me that it's maybe still not really clear what that new identity is. What is the identity of this community beyond, you know, what we find on the site, and how is that reflected in the materials, in the aesthetic, and et cetera, et cetera. And to me, like, also it's clear when I try to imagine, you know, what would the experience be, or even in architectural terms, what's the elevation when I move along these buildings, and how this elevation changes, and how that elevation is or is not continuous and coherent, and in some degree, while maintaining a degree of consistency, evolves in order to reflect, you know, the changing functions and changing users. And I think that you see it here, that level of linguistic consistency and formal, structural, volumetric consistency is still a little bit missing. Those buildings kind of read as separate projects that could have been designed and built by different architects at different moments. And I'm not saying they should be the same. I don't think they should be. I think there's something beautiful about emphasizing how these things coexist but are not exactly one. But I still believe that it would be really, really strong if you manage to find an underlying kind of linguistic grammar that would bring all of this together. And I'm pointing at this facade here mainly because I think this is the moment where you see that transition very strongly. I mean, I'm sure the other one is here, but this is, you know, not something that we actually experience because it's just a fence. So to me, that in itself would be great if, rather than being just a parking lot, that became some kind of a community binding space that allows you to shift from public to private. I think that would make it really strong. But I think it's really beautiful how you kind of worked with those alignments here and creating those pockets of spaces, you know, how you managed to accommodate the existing building. Something kind of becomes more rigid when it comes to those spaces here. They're too probably boxy, and I'm not even sure if the scale of the living units is appropriate for that site. But yeah, I would really kind of start from re-evaluating this facade here, and that would be, to my mind, very helpful.
Yeah, I agree completely with the housing as well. I think we struggled a lot. We had a lot of different changes with that. I mean, it's a whole studio project in itself. So I think we just kind of spent a lot of time on the community center and kind of developed that schematically. But yeah, that's been a real struggle for us in terms of actually spending some serious time on that.
To answer your point as well, Mike, the sort of the architectural argument, right? It was also hard to navigate that question of like, how do you link these two things? How do you keep it as sort of a single identity while also giving it a public-private relation? Do we actually break these into smaller buildings? You know, for a while they were lumped together and they looked much different. And it was just, you know, an iterative process. And this is where we're landing on, and we're trying to ask ourselves questions about the agency of architecture from the very beginning of like site placement and site orientation. And yeah,
you guys, you know, we had a conversation about this drawing, you remember? And this specific one, there are other views I think that address the Alex question that in a better way, because this is I will argue that this is a bird's eye view that no one really get to see unless flying in a helicopter. So I encourage you, and they had I don't know if they are here, some other views from the street view where and you have a hint of that somewhere there where you guys have that pitch roof and then this upper flat surface, that one. You had other views that we saw earlier in the semester that you are not repeating here. But I think that that if you can retrieve them from somewhere else, I think would be good. But anyway, so that answered this question. And I think it's also a matter of representation. We had that conversation. To what extent, the way in which we experience the space changes in order to understand its complexities, but also the language or vocabulary that these guys wanted to address.
Yeah.
I just wanted to interject here because we talked about that drawing and it came up again. Sorry, guys, I shouldn't be talking much. Go ahead.
But I think that what we're Lucas, if I'm wrong, from what you were saying, please let me know too, because I think all these questions lead to how you make these decisions, and I think that the stronger your idea about the place, the program, and the coalescing sort of conceptions help you make those decisions. Like, the housing, unless there's some constrictions, I don't know. I mean, what's the height limit? Could it be a tower?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it should be or shouldn't be, but I don't know why any of these things got these decisions. I think this building could be a lot more didactic, maybe. It could be much more about a story about place and architecture and what you can see, how you work with the integrative aspects of it socially, and then also as the building. How do you collect water? How do you provide energy? How do you bring, I think we had a conversation, I think Alex, when Michael made his comment about sustainability, I thought, well, Michael, that's okay for your project right now, but I agree sustainability is not necessarily a completely sufficient to express a project, but it's certainly very necessary. And that's one of the avenues I'd like to see maybe more expressed in this. I really like what you're doing. If I were to work with you on this, I don't know how I would make a detail now, because I don't know what the big idea is. Mm. And I don't know if I were to go and do the interiors and I were to interview you, what you would tell me, okay, here's what's important. Here's what you have to believe in. Here's what you have to maintain to keep going with this project. And I'm not saying you just got lucky or something. That's what I want you to do next, or what I think you always need to achieve at some point in your project. I said it about 16 times and I'll stop now.
17th time's the charm.
But that being said, I still love it. So.
Go ahead. Go ahead. We haven't heard from you. So.
Well, and you may hear from the trash truck in my street, so I'll close off when it comes. I think it's very impressively developed. I won't repeat what other people have said. A couple of I was very impressed at the sort of pragmatic realism that you're applying to the adaptability of particularly the residential spaces where you were explicit about it. But I can see throughout a sort of thinking about a framework in which this thing will be able to be, will give agency to its users in shaping smaller spaces. I also really like the interior, exterior kind of flows of space and definitions of space, although note on that relative to adaptability is, all of these places are going to end up enclosed at some point once you've given people the opportunity to have these spaces that they decide they want to become interiors. I'm going to, since no one else has probed it, I'm going to do my role here as the preservation person and ask you to go back to the existing historic building. And you described what sounded like some serious interventions that went by fast enough that I didn't quite get them. And I realized the problem with this format is I don't get to go just stare at one drawing for a while. But yeah, if you could go through that again and tell me of the building that's there, what happens to it and why.
Sure. So this is actually this is the central part of the studio. This is why the studio was created, right? So it actually was a really, we've never really preserved a structure, we've never really researched preservation of structure. And so we were trying to poke at things like in the last review, there was the idea of the ship of Theseus, right? Like how long until it's no longer the ship of Theseus? And we were sort of taking that concept, looking at the dilapidated part of the structure, which is actually the northern side. You can see there's no studs here. It's just sheathing with a stud every now and then. Understanding that this corner is totally rotted out and was actually the sort of boundary, the edge where the right of way went through, and so it led to the condemnation of the building.
And let me interrupt for a second. You said that this was a barracks building, or was a building that was moved to the site. Is that the whole, both parts of it, or was one part moved and the other part?
It was just this part here. That was the original structure after the one had fallen down in the storm. So this was the one, and then this was added.
Got it. Thank you.
And that one's in quite good shape, we believe. I mean, we don't know from reports and stuff just by looking at it. We don't know what the exterior condition is. It's been mothballed with CGI sheets. So as far as we know, the mothballing is holding up this side. So it's an interesting project. So I think the question then became, do we try to bring it back to a state that we don't even know what that state is? Do we leave it mothballed to kind of show this corrugated, patinated surface that's kind of represents the condemning of the building? I don't think that's the best way to do it. What we're trying to get at is that the space that it created was what was important. So by kind of anchoring this, by casting concrete against the walls that are already existing, we can then, this becomes very permanent, this space here. And then this becomes, the same. You kind of get the idea of what that was as well as what this was, but this can then become another kind of interior exterior space of
So you're doing a Rachel White read of
essentially like a White read.
Okay. And then the other half, the half that you are keeping, tell me about that.
So we're insulating this up because there is a step already in the building. So the cast formwork would sort of push it out, and we're actually keeping that sort of step, that stepped facade, and insulating it with a wooden or even a metal layup, much like the new community center, which preserves the studs and the roof, which is in good condition, and it allows this to become a permanent exhibition space. And you can see that where we could mount other studs next to the existing studs to allow for these sort of semi-flexible or cyclable exhibitions with sort of large tectonic tables where you could have, things from the area or whatever. And then we keep the stage at the end, which is used for education, but also for congregations as a church. And then, so that's what it ends up sort of looking like. It's also stepped up. So it's currently on like these sort of concrete plinth stairs, which was also why we sort of embraced that plinth idea or the stepped idea in the new plaza here. But there's no way to get into this without a ramp, ADA wise. And so we would bring the foundation up to the grade, navigate that slope inside the courtyard as well. And so you have total ADA access between both spaces, either interior or exterior.
And the concrete cast building becomes exterior space, not conditioned space.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, I understand from Benjamin's presentation that this has been landmarked, so I won't belabor the fact that you're probably not going to get to do this version of it. But it's
not yet. It's not in, they're in the process of.
Okay.
Submitting for the historic landmarks. But
yeah, no, that's not really my. I mean, my point is not to belabor that. I think it's the kind of very, very ordinary structure that you have here is something that preservationists are really terrible at figuring out, because so much of the template of the field is about preserving the precious fabric of and it's, for these buildings, the fabric is, didn't start out precious, and it hasn't usually gotten any more so. Their significance is cultural, and you're welcome to preservation trying to figure that out, trying to figure out how to deal with that. I think the kinds of things you're talking about in the other 2/3 of the building sound to me like they're good. Again, the sheathing on the exterior is going to particularly be a chicken bone in the throat of the Landmarks Commission. So I mean, I guess, yeah, again, I don't want to critique it as a preservation project, but I just was curious what you had done. I think the White Reed solution is fun and would be interesting to, Lord help us if the approach were to be that no, that's the most precious thing, and you just have to, somehow coax every rotted stud back from where it is. But and last thing I'll say on it, because as I said, I don't want to. I don't want to spend all the time on this, but I thought somebody should. I think these kinds of things that you're exploring in the real project, in a real project led by the Parks Department, or in even in a studio in times not of pandemic, would be driven more by interaction with the community and what members of the community think of these spaces, where exploring that cultural significance. So with that as the sort of not part of the studio experience this time around, I think they look like potentially powerful ideas to be exploring.
Well, thank you for bringing it up, because like the fact that we are in COVID times and like it's a community center, and you couldn't really go to the community, right? It's like literally just photographs and trying to investigate diagrammatically.
Yeah.
I feel we struggled a little bit with that.
I think that's been the biggest struggle, is no feedback from the community. Is a really, really difficult way to design a community center where, two white men who, probably we need feedback. I don't know these spaces, I'm not, these are very important spaces, and we need to work with the community to design these spaces.
But again, it wasn't just like we wanted to like throw in the towel and say that we couldn't do it, So
no, of course not.
I think there's something really interesting in the way, responded to Michael's questions, which I agree are very important. beyond the community engagement and discussion is how you actually, by making those material decisions about how to preserve this building or how not to preserve parts of it, you are building up a language that potentially, or in some way, to some degree, should be informing everything else you're doing. And I wish that you have incorporated that into maybe your narrative more. Like, for example, when you now said, Michael mentioned Rachel Whitehead and thinking about, concrete and the beauty of just like even seeing the imprint of the history on a material. To me, that starts to make me dream about something. And I think that you could have really taken those steps, clearly analyze what you've done on that simple and building that doesn't have much significance, but at the same time, I see from, not being from Austin, how much people love this kind of architecture here, and they're very attached to it. So there is a certain language that that people want to preserve. And I think that making that stronger would have really helped you to build up a consistent language in the rest of the project. And then, of course, assuming that this is what the community, agrees with, but we kind of pass this stage here because we don't have that opportunity. So we're just relying on your decision as, let's say, a valid one, right? But I would like to see that in the rest of the project more.
So let me follow up real quickly on that too. I think that preservation, or whatever you want to call it, is a, I like to refer to what I call the tyranny of preservation, because it's like frequently the community groups and the especially staff, they'll set like rules for what's important. Like it'll be a time frame that's important, and it might be like the 19 whatever version, or it might be something else. You have to tell us what your attitude is toward preservation to this building. And it could be truly preservation, which means you try to actually go do all the forensics, you figure out your paint color from the time frame, you would rebuild using like kind. It could be renovation, which would be a little bit more loose in terms of construction. It could be a complete remodel and you have a lot of freedom, or it could be demolition. Now, where do you stand? What's your position? Now, you made a position, but you didn't really, you sort of like then hedged on it. So I think that I really believe in community participation, but in this case, we didn't get to use the community and all of that. So what you then would say, hey, here's what we're thinking would be an appropriate way to approach this. And we believe in this and what it means and why it's appropriate. Because and I think what I'm hearing from you is that it's a space making tool. It's almost like it could be done out of yellow painted steel frame, what the existing used to be or something. It doesn't even almost have to exist in some ways anymore, because it's about making congregational spaces. Now, personally, I would say, given what has happened in America from African American history, I'm almost tempted to say anything of any significance is worthy of preservation as though it were Chartres Cathedral. I would almost want to go down to every original aspect of it that could be preserved. That's just my opinion.
The problem.
I'm not saying you need to think that way. Don't get me wrong.
The problem with that, Michael, is that the tools for Chartres Cathedral and the tools that preservationists are reflexively applying are about buildings that were crafted as monumental artifacts, and it doesn't address that. I don't know the story for this building. I don't know the story for this community, but very often the communities have not treated the buildings as precious objects. And when someone shows up and is fetishizing the pieces of lumber instead of the people inside the building, it's a misfit. So I mean, I would agree with you in terms of the seriousness, taking seriously whatever there is of value, but I would not presume to be the one to say what that is that is of value.
Right, and then in the first public hearing, everyone could just call BS on me. That'd be fine with me.
Yeah, well, they will.
Michael Holleran said pragmatic realism earlier, and I agree. This is a very pragmatic and realistic project, but it's lacking that cultural connection. And this is a very heavily loaded in terms of culture and neighborhood project and site. And I think that the character that we're looking for is lacking. And you said, correctly, can you hear me correct now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're missing that character because of the cultural disassociation that you are making us perceive, and feels like the water was either too hot or too cold for you, and you were just shy to jump into the water, culturally speaking. And I think that's why the project feels very sterile or pragmatic in my view. And you have Benjamin as a professor, so you could have extracted those cultural juices from him if the community was not available. And I think that's probably something that maybe you were shy asking him about culture. And just because you're a two white man doesn't mean that you can't ask questions or reach out to communities even through digital platforms. So I think for the next project that you face like this with cultural heavy load, you need to reach out a little bit further.
I think there's problems with reaching them out for other reasons, but I don't want to really get into that.
I believe that, yeah.
Yeah, we should. We have a few more minutes, but I want to open the floor for Kim, for people from the city. If you guys want, Ellen, if you want to comment on the project, Cynthia or Linda, please.
I talked first last time, so I welcome any of our other PARD colleagues to provide feedback. If not, I'll jump in. All right. Okay. Well, I really, once again, just super impressed by the work that you put into this. I just want to go back to the way you established the project in the beginning. I was extraordinarily impressed to see you presenting photographs of the surrounding neighborhood and really taking time to take in the context in a kind of neighborhood way. And so you spent a lot of time at the beginning of the presentation trying to establish kind of that vernacular feel of the neighborhood. And I think that that was reflected in some of the designs you put forward. You really stuck with, I think, from the materiality especially, I was impressed by, I'm hearing comments about sort of maybe not putting forward sort of a strong idea, but I would say that your ability to show restraint was very impressive to me in a design studio. I'm not used to seeing that, to be quite frank. And I thought it was, that's really hard to do, especially for folks that are in architecture school. And I thought that the restraint was probably one of the biggest qualities of your presentation, is that you seem to not necessarily, the idea of not making a statement is also important. It's important to it felt very inviting. It felt like you were creating a very much of a kind of village type feel for people who wanted to come in. So I found it, I kind of disagreed with some of the comments. I think I felt that the sense of restraint was impressive. Let's see. I just, you didn't have access to the community in a way that we would normally do in a big engagement. And we did just release a memo to City Council explaining that we hope to start a planning process, a visioning process in spring of 2022. So I think that given that lack of direct engagement with the community, you did a great job of capturing some of the issues that the community is facing. You talked a lot about the rapid displacement, the idea that it's not just about sort of grocery stores and access to food, it's about sort of just access to things like, issues around nutrition and things like that. So I definitely appreciated that holistic approach.
Yeah, I totally agree with Kim. I want to say that you guys are being a little too harsh on yourselves with this approach that, okay, top to bottom approach that you think you are taking. If there was anyone in a group in the studio who went to the site, who did research, who talked to people, who took the affordable housing issue seriously, who talk about, they gave this approach to nutrition instead of groceries, it was you guys. And I'm very impressed with the attitude, the respect, the humbleness that you took for the project. And I agree with Kim. I think the main strength, or the strength of the project, is that you didn't try to play a very loud and pretentious job there. You try to stay on the background. You try to be part of the community. If the architecture is not as grandiose as perhaps other critics here are expecting, I think it's from my perspective, I think that's the strength of the project. It's not a project that is about to speak loud. It's a project about to blend in, and I think that's what actually makes it a really strong project. And I think, again, it comes mostly from your sense of respect and your attitude towards the site and the community that this project emerges this way. And so, yes, I want to commend you again. It's a very thorough project. As usual, we talk about other things, but the work is there, and you have done an excellent job in addressing all the different aspects that the studio tried to address. So with that said, I'm gonna just move on to the next team. Thank you guys, Lucas and Martin. Very good.
Thanks so much, guys. Thank you.
And so I'm gonna let Jonathan and Doug to take over.
Perfect. Let me share. That's the one you want to do, yeah. Can everybody hear us okay and see this all right?
No, it's not there.
That sounded sarcastic. So
are you on mute?
Okay. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and get started.
Giving us a heart attack, guys.
Okay. So good afternoon. My name is Doug Shea, and my partner is Jonathan Malott. Our proposal, the Montopolis Cultural Center, provides a permanent home for historical and contemporary cultural artifacts of the Montopolis neighborhood, a multifunctional community space, and a schematic plan for a medium-density mixed-use housing development, all while defining a more suitable and intimate context in which to view and experience the historic Montopolis School. So we'll start with the most difficult part of the project, which was kind of determining the proper interaction with the existing building. So this is the Google aerial of the existing building. You can kind of see that it's a bit askew to the contemporary grid of the site. And it's located in this Montopolis neighborhood that's growing super quickly. The value of all the homes and the land is skyrocketing, and really it's because of its proximity to downtown area and its relative affordability relative to other parts of Austin. But it's actually growing so fast that during some of our initial site studies, we went out there, we took a drone up to try and kind of map out the area in a little bit of a higher resolution. And there's actually these two extra buildings right here that weren't apparent in the aerial view, and then even in the street view, there was only one of them. So it's really quite a quick moving or developing area. But it does kind of leave you with an interesting remainder of the site, which we kind of overlaid here. So it's kind of been talked about before. There was this right of way in order to add a road kind of cutting through this site that was never done. So it leaves these interesting boundary conditions, specifically with these kind of new homes that are being put up in this area, cutting this wedge of cheese out of the site. And then even with the parcel currently associated with the historic building, you may not be able to read this, but it's basically 0.7 foot offset from that corner. So kind of looking at all this, it's almost impossible not to see the existence, or at least the spatial integrity, of the Montopolis School as extremely threatened. It's an important historical building surrounded by an unpredictable and increasingly noisy visual context. So our immediate desire was to relieve this spatial pressure surrounding the building from all sides and replace it with a dependable and intimate context, to recognize the historic building as more than just a historical object, but an actual place for engaging with the history and culture of a place. So this kind of became the first of two big ideas that we kind of used throughout the project. Kind of looking through some of our older sketches and diagrams, I pulled out these two, which really kind of started to reflect this idea. This left one is a sketch that I had completed, and the right one was kind of this schematic diagram that Jonathan had done, that both showed this intention to kind of claim a space in which to experience this building. And in both, we actually kind of sync the area around the building in some way in order to create that intimacy. So in essence, a big part of our project was to build a better context in which to experience this building.
So, however, alongside this desire to create context was a recognition of the utility of historic buildings, especially ones like the Montopolis School that wield such visual presence in the community. Currently, the building is a lone object in one of the few vacant lots on Montopolis Drive, which is the main street of the community and a major artery between Highway 183 and Riverside Drive. The school is an immensely present marker along the road and gives historical and cultural depth to an otherwise contemporary context. In assessing the proper treatment, we had to clarify where we believed the value of a historic building was found. There's a lens of historic preservation where the specific physical manifestation of the building is the primary concern. This can lead to an overfixation on the specific parts of the building. But there's another lens that instead sees the historical structure primarily as a projection of an immaterial past. It embodies stories of the conditions for its construction, the people that inhabited it, the multiple programs that it served, and at a larger scale, the memories of its place as a whole. This leads us to believe that the value of the historical building, more than anything, is found in its ability to act as a marker, perpetually engaging a contemporary audience with the histories of the place. As such, we constantly evaluated and reworked the visual presence of the building during our design process in order to assure that the building would retain its important street side function. In a way, the school could almost act like a billboard that beckons for engagement from a distance, an idea that we tried to depict with another sketch and this altered version of the diagram, where the building extends out from the past into the present, but trying to explain that the second big intention was to utilize and reinforce the visual presence of the historic building in order to promote engagement with the contents of the cultural center.
So this is looking at the current context of the site and the boundary of it. And then this is imagining what could be. So the project is designed as a series of parallel walls aligned to the contemporary grid along Montopolis Drive that act to shape the earth, create enclosure, organize the interior spaces of the buildings, and mediate between the historic and contemporary alignments. We strongly felt that the expressions of these walls had to somehow resonate with the existing building. The Montopolis School is a wood structure clad with corrugated metal on the exterior and painted wooden boards on the interior. While an aspect of our project would be rehabilitating this building, we also felt that this means that construction lacked the institutional expression needed to solidify both the existing building and our intervention's presence within their landscape. Our minds then turned to how materials can be used to represent time, most notably in the layers of rocks and soil visually illustrating how they came to be. Rammed earth walls immediately intrigued us as a way of imitating this phenomena, but a soil analysis for the area did not seem sufficient to produce the distinct horizontal strata that we desired. So we looked for an alternative method of reinforcing this reading.
Luckily, there was a good reference within the site in the form of horizontal corrugated metal that had been used during the mothballing process for the school. We imagined what a rammed earth wall could look like where corrugated metal was used as the formwork. We experimented with both orientations of the corrugation and evaluated them within our project to see what types of spaces they would make. As a result of our experiments, we found that the horizontal orientation brought a lot of dynamism to the spaces, creating a variety of spatial outcomes depending on the qualities of the light shining on it. These corrugated rammed earth walls can be seen throughout the site and become an extension of the landscape, allowing the existing building to stand out against its backdrop. The walls allow for the ground to build up and fall off in intimate yet contiguous spaces for rest and reflection.
So the program and the site are bisected with the northern portion of the site here on the right side, hosting the mixed use development proposal and shared parking lot, while the southern site hosts the cultural center and existing building. Wide pathways draw you into communion with the existing structure, the first tier of the cultural center. Earthen berms, rammed earth seating, and bounding trees provide an immediate sense of enclosure. And the Montopolis School sits at the center of this contained space as an object of reflection and engagement. The path wraps around to the historic entry, where the interior of the Montopolis School hosts information about the existing school and the cultural center at large. Also included is a small gallery hosting artifacts specific to the Montopolis School, as well as an interpretive space depicting the building as it existed as a church, its most recent use. Historically, the existing building was repurposed from an existing army barrack and does not meet contemporary codes. But according to our belief that the building should remain as is along the street side, we wanted to retain both its exterior and interior expression. So in this wall section, we show that we're basically pulling off the existing cladding, basically rebuilding the wall and re-adhering it to it in order to, again, to meet the expectations of what this building looks like within the landscape.
As shown previously, our intervention creates a recessed plaza on two sides of the existing school. This gesture allows for a viewing of the building further insulated from the conditions around it. Additionally, the visibility of the school from Montopolis Drive is preserved. Guests begin their visits by moving through the school into the lower plaza, where they can enter into the gallery space or move further down into the community hall. The gallery borrows its dimensioning from the schoolhouse. Roofs with identical pitch to the existing building span between rammed earth walls. The glass facade creates a variety of spaces and lighting conditions in the galleries. On the interior, the concrete structure resonates with the wood framing of the Montopolis School. The gallery is a series of linear spaces that can be flexibly arranged as the collections of the museum change and grow over time. Guests move through each gallery bay along a central corridor. At the center of the building, there is a concrete light well shared by the galleries and supporting spaces. This light is admitted through distinct voids, providing a multitude of indirect lighting qualities that change over the course of the day. Careful attention has been paid to maintain a sense that guests are far below the ground, though far below ground through the use of rammed earth and processional sequence of moving down ramps. The light well maintains this illusion by giving guests a window that denies them a glimpse of their surroundings while still permitting a natural light. The purpose of this trickery is to keep the guests in a state of mind that places the schoolhouse as a larger than life object of intrigue.
Moving past the galleries, you cross over into the supporting portion of the building, and you're actually given a glimpse into this void space, again, reinforcing the sense of being much further below ground than you actually are. In fact, so you step down into this kind of lowered plaza, but you're actually able to exit out at that same level closer to Kemp Street. The collection space is a half level below the gallery, but retains its ability to host any types of cultural materials. And above the collections is the administrative spaces, with entry off of Kemp Street and similar access to the light well. This wall detail, you can see how the light well serves both the supporting spaces here, one of the offices, and the gallery spaces, both by providing the indirect kind of variable lighting qualities. And then this structural diagram begins to show how the building utilizes a hybridized expression through stereotomic materials. And then while the roof of this building is gabled similarly to the existing school, it actually contains a series of sub-pitched regions which drain water into a siphonic system embedded within the rammed earth walls.
Within the recessed plaza, the rammed earth walls continue to be expressed through permanent seating, and the influence of the existing structure can be seen through the paving patterns. Moving beyond the gallery, the courtyard leads to the community hall, a space that is set aside for use by the community for special events and gatherings. Sinking the community hall further below grade than the gallery and using earthen berms preserves the view of the schoolhouse from Montopolis Drive. The roof of the community hall is occupiable and acts as an extension of the space, as well as an area for observing the schoolhouse and sunken plaza. The community hall was designed to be flexible in use, taking over the role that the Montopolis School had for the better part of a century, a space wholly dedicated to serve the community. To bring in light and preserve and provide for emergency egress, we placed a light well along the side of the space that mirrors the light well in the galleries.
Briefly turning towards the schematic mixed use proposal, our intention remained the same, which was to create a better context for the existing building and to promote visibility. A crucial detail seen here is that we built up the earth along Montopolis Drive in order to obscure the presence of the parking here. And the land continues to build up and fall off in these very intimate and multi-purpose spaces. The development is a mix of commerce and housing, concise medium density proposal. On the ground floor, flexible tenant spaces provide the venue for artist studios, cafes, or boutiques. And the development is anchored by a food market in this flexible exterior space, which you can see here. Paired with these tenant spaces are private residences that allow for the invested community members to live and work in the same place. The northern facade echoes the cultural center with the presence of the rammed earth walls, while increased glazing spanning past large steel structural trusses projects images native to Montopolis into the future.
The project as a whole fits nicely within its residual context while reinforcing the Montopolis School as a prominent historical marker that beckons for further and of course from Montopolis Drive. And we'll turn it over for questions and comments.
I think it's cool.
So are you fetishizing that the existing building?
Are we fetishizing the existing building?
Yeah.
I think we're utilizing it as a roadside, a prominent roadside object that we can use to engage with.
And then you're really trying to restore it, is that correct?
Yeah, so again, kind of like how we were going through with our at the beginning, talking about our treatment of the existing structure. I don't think we're as concerned with necessarily the exact existing windows or any specific portion of it, except for the fact that it remains a prominent feature along Montopolis Drive.
Yeah, you know, because one of the things that I think is a super serious issue with American history and lots of our populations, especially African Americans, is we call it now gentrification is the what's happening, but it's really about erasure. It's about destroying the past consciously. I mean, the freeway system, for example, was also referred to as the Negro Removal Act. If you look at the history of Austin, all of the post-Civil War communities in a fairly integrated city were systematically destroyed. It wasn't just that was redlining, which was part of it and everything, but it was relocation and erasure. So I personally, going back to that concept of what is preservation, feel that the actual fabric of this project or of this building is profoundly, could be profoundly moving. And I don't want to belabor the point about how much or how little needs to be preserved, but I really appreciate that you've sort of focused your idea on the concept of preserving a context for this significant, in my mind, piece of architecture. So, and even if it's plain and ordinary and vernacular, et cetera, I really think that when I look at the images you've shown, the proportions are fine, they're nice, the pitch of the roof, et cetera. I like wood siding. I think it has some really intrinsic beauty to it as well. So I really applaud that part of your project. The rest of it, man, I love rammed earth. So, it's kind of like, I'm not sure if I understand how it works yet. It's too complex almost. Like, I'm not sure the retail really is going to work or not. I was trying to look up real quickly the square footage of a small supermarket, right? I mean, a HEB can be 200,000 square feet, right? And so whenever people in school say, oh, food desert supermarket, and they do something about 1,500 to 2,500 square feet, it's like it's the problem, not the solution. Yeah. Because I think in food deserts, did you guys do any analysis of food at all? I mean, it's a pretty big project, so I doubt you did, but if you did.
Not too directly. I used to live in the Riverside area, so I was somewhat familiar with what grocery stores were there. And there basically is a really large HEB that's maybe a 6 or 7 minute drive from this building. So I wouldn't necessarily categorize it as a food desert, but there's not a lot of options.
Yeah, a buddy of mine did a project on fast food, healthy fast food at Berkeley, and they did a really extensive investigation of the community. And it wasn't really that it's a food desert. It's just that what's available are liquor stores and 7-Elevens and really small things, and they're really expensive. So there's lots of opportunity to buy bad food, but very few opportunities to buy good food.
That's a good point. Actually, on this street, their only options for food currently are a Sonic and a Dollar General, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. So, again, just like so thorough, you guys. I'm really impressed and really proud of you. I think it's a great job, and I'll let some other people talk. So.
Well, I'll jump in very briefly. I was reflecting on, what you decided to do here in terms of actually preserving the context, not just the building. And I thought that what was really, to me, thoughtful in it is that buildings don't exist without a landscape. Their identity is intrinsically linked to the landscapes in which they, from which they emerged, right? And this type of architecture belongs to a certain landscape. And the moment in which you start to try to incorporate it into a new fabric, inevitably they lose that quality. But I think it goes beyond a physical presence. It's the way we relate to them, the way we actually relate to the space changes, right? So to me, the fact that even in this very simple image, there's a lot of beauty in terms of saying, look, what we would really like to do is to actually not even preserve that building, but preserve the experience or the possibility of that experience of the landscape with that building in it. Now, I'm a little bit questioning how you were talking about, at some point by projecting those images of the immaterial history, how that relates to actually the fact of preserving the building so literally. I'm not sure, maybe I've misunderstood something, but I would kind of try to think about that again. And the last point about this aspect is that you might be overworking the way you're actually preserving the building. To me, there's something a little bit, I don't know what word to use, but in moments you start replacing all the windows and kind of fixing it, I'm not sure this is the right direction, and I don't know what the direction is. But there's something perverse in it to me, if I might use this word. And the last thing I will say is I think there's a lot of potential in sinking the buildings underground, and I wish you were also thinking about it as a kind of environmental strategy, which could be very interesting. I do see many really heavily paved areas that would get incredibly hot in the other part of the building. So, but those are other issues. And as Michael said, it's really hard to kind of wrap your head around it in such a short time. I know that round earth is not necessarily always the best solution in this climate. So it would be kind of really interesting to see how you work with that. But the idea of actually thinking about this building as a building in landscape, I find that really important, or as an experience of a landscape rather than just an object.
You know, I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation. It was very artistic, beautifully presented and catered. There's some really thoughtful ideas and very concise and very well expressed ideas. I think you guys stuck to one very important notion of what you wanted to do, and you went with it, and you really extracted the juices of what you were trying to do. I really congratulate you. Very enjoyable and fun project to watch. I think the thing that I loved the most was the materiality and the simplicity and humbleness of addressing that materiality. And you didn't take it too far. You didn't try too hard. Oh, sorry, my mom's dog is here. He wanted to say something too, but he got excited. Your gallery spaces remind me a lot of the Kimball Art Museum. I don't know if that was one of your presidents. And when I was seeing that and seeing your section of the site, I thought, damn, like they need to go deeper into those, spaces that go up and down, just like in the Kimball Art Museum, if that was your president. And I think there's a lot of further exploration with the site and the topography that can be done, or even just excavations that you could arguably do on site, or further explorations with height, so that the spaces are not all equal, because they are not. They all have different characters, and they could also have the same covering, but have a different character underneath. But overall, I think it was beautifully done, and I'm just very glad to see a project at this level.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought your presentation looked like you may have put it all together in the 2 minutes after you heard the comments on the last one. I think you did a very strong job of explaining why, how you were approaching the project and where it came from conceptually. And I think that it's looking at it in terms of providing a context for the building. I think your diagrams that turned the z-axis into a time axis were very I will be thinking about those for a while and trying to figure out how to hijack them. It did lead to a question of what the context for this actually had been. Partly during the actual life of this building since the 1930s and its predecessor building from the 1890s, but Montopolis is the very oldest part of, Montopolis predates Austin itself. And that's a question, digging all these holes, you would literally, this would become a great archaeology project. Potentially potentially that's a barrier to what you want to do, although I'm not proposing it in that way. But I think that's another powerful dimension as you were doing this project. You would be doing a literal excavation of the past of the area, and that's something less as a critique than just as another dimension that would potentially drive this kind of solution is there's real past down there, and you would probably find some, and that itself could drive design. I don't know if the right solution to giving this a better context is to hide. Well, it's really interesting what you've done. I mean, you're a little bit hiding things. You hid the parking lot. You're manipulating the site in ways that that maintain and enhance the visibility of the existing building. But as you pointed out, you're not building an underground city. Some of it is an illusion of just trying to have the perception of the existing building given the pride of place and pride of elevation. So that's all, that's all very well thought through, I think, from that conceptual place. I don't know about rammed earth either. Some of my questions about this come back to the rest of the complex around the historic building and what that experience would be like. We go into the historic building as a museum that you said depicts its role as a church, and yet the actual community, the things that carry on the sort of community assembly role have moved into underground or underground-like spaces, and I don't know, over the decades, I don't know how much we'd like that. We might, but again, it's you've developed it conceptually, and obviously, if there had been the opportunity for community feedback at an early, if the conceptual version came out of a community endorsed, this is how we want to approach this, then you've developed it very well, and we have you can only hypothesize that. We don't have the real community version. So last thing, back to the some of the limitations of rammed earth. I'm really terrified by these Kimball-like roofs bringing water to a hidden channel inside a rammed earth wall. It's like, when that fails,
something happens. Surely, I don't know what specifically, but something happens.
Yeah, we're going to be re-ramming that mud. Maybe
it's called erosion.
There you go. Yeah.
No. Maybe this is a part. Maybe this is the grand design. Is that it's not just rammed earth. It's going to become. It's every year we're going to go find which downspout is leaking, and we're going to use that to it'll become an adobe structure as we replaster the interior. Anyway, that's I do ask myself always what things will go wrong. What will we be kicking ourselves about 30 years from now? And that one does prominently come to mind. But beautifully rendered, and I see you thinking about light as well as materials. So
thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, somebody's at the door. We have to let somebody in. I apologize.
Okay, Kim, would you like to join the conversation?
Sure. Well, once again, I'd like to open it up to colleagues. Is anyone from the PARD team want to make any comments? It's okay if you don't, but I just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity. All right.
Ellen?
Yes, I'd like to make a couple of comments. I thought that you had a very strong idea in thinking about the immaterial past, and you mentioned making the building, treating it as a marker to engage the memory of place, and that leaves it kind of open to how the building is preserved and is open to a lot of different ways of treating the building. But I thought it was a strong idea to think about it maybe improving the context or preserving parts of context, and then introducing these other programs within the site, but using the building itself as a marker for memory. I was also intrigued by the idea of using an impression of the metal cladding as an element for the new building. I'm intrigued by the way that you excavated the site and created these spaces that are somewhat subterranean, somewhat removed from a direct view of the site. I think that's intriguing. And yeah, so I think there were a lot of strong elements here.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that maybe I'll open it up to other people to talk.
Any other part staff? I had a couple comments, but I wanted to welcome other staff to weigh in. All right. You're one of the few teams to date, if not the only team, that's really gone into the actual program of the interior of the building. So I may have missed it earlier, but you really did kind of delve into programmatic ideas for how the original building could be used. I wanted to really agree with Alex on how best to approach the building itself. I think that personally, I think that preserving this building as a relic of the segregated state of Austin as a visual reminder, especially in a community that's facing such rapid gentrification and displacement, I think it's going to be very important that the building itself is able to convey its original purpose. And so I think the best way to do that is to preserve as much of the original material as possible, and so that we are really underscoring the bittersweet inequity. It's a sweet structure, but at the end of the day, it's also a very inequitable educational facility compared to what other people in our community had access to. So I also felt that, like the presentation before, there was an element of restraint and respect for materiality that I was very impressed by. I was very happy to hear the connection to Cons Kimball Museum, because the light wells also struck me as very similar, and I thought that would be very appropriate here. And so I like that you took the pattern of the existing building to replicate that. If I had one little criticism, it was and you may have to go back, maybe I need to confirm that I believe you had a parking lot kind of on the second parcel that was street side. There you go. I didn't love that. I just felt that, to the extent that we can try to maintain a little bit more of a better urban design concept that really limits, parking is a necessary evil, unfortunately, but to some extent, I think about Montopolis being eventually really kind of an urban street front type of space. And so I would want to see the parking handled a little bit differently.
Yeah, you're right, Kim. Parking is a necessary evil, and I think all of us will struggle with it, and including myself, in what extent I will, request the students or require the students to handle parking, because this studio is supposed to look at buildings in a comprehensive way, including code requirements, and the once you read the code, parking is right there on your face. I appreciate the artificial topography that they try to do at the front of the parking in order to hide it as much as possible. But yeah, it was a tough one for the entire studio. I would like to go back to a couple of aspects that I think were brought by I think Alex talked about, and also Michael, the ramped earth. I don't know if you guys can explain with a little bit more detail where the ramped earth will go and where it wouldn't. We had conversations about ramped earth. We had conversations about, you know, insulation and stuff of that nature. So I don't know if you can elaborate more on that. And also the other part was the restoration or retrofitting of the existing structure, which was something that we discussed also as a studio. What would be the right thing to do here? And for especially thinking about, you know, you guys who are, I'm talking about you, Ellen, Kim, Herlinda, you know, Sarah, who are thinking about, okay, what will be the implications of retrofitting this building? So I asked the students, okay, if you are thinking about it, how will you do that, right? What does that actually mean? So those are the two different aspects, more from the, you know, from the wall section point of view, that I would like you to reinforce. The ramped earth solution, where it goes and where it doesn't, and how you do that, and also the building, the existing building.
So I'll start with the second one, which was kind of like our retrofitting of the existing structure. I think there was a lot of discussion. Kind of, do you want?
Can you show the drawing?
Yeah, I can get back to that. This one. So yeah, I think this was like very much a theme of the studio was kind of working, like every group having to think their way through what's the best way to interact with this building, and like what's the best way to act upon it, because in its current state, it's not up to code in any way. There's not enough depth to the walls in order to include enough insulation. So basically, in order to provide kind of those like requirements of the space, in order for it to kind of be used again or continue to be used, we basically had to add depth to that. So for us, with the kind of like the way that we had explained it, the most important thing, not the most important thing, but a very important aspect of this building is that it looks a certain way along this Montopolis road, that you perceived it as this specific thing. So that's why we felt like we had leeway in order to act upon the inside of that wall cavity. And maybe it gets wider, but as long as the building itself in a way that people have understood it to throughout its history, then it's successful because it maintains that connection on that street level. I definitely understand Kim's comment. I think it was I think super insightful, and maybe kind of like stuff that would have been great. Obviously, we kind of talked about getting some feedback from community members and different stakeholders earlier in the semester. But that there might be a little bit of whitewashing what an experience of this building might have been if we choose to kind of like, oh, we're going to give it new interior wood finish, or we're going to really make it like this pleasant experience. But maybe there is an element to it that is like, okay, we have a lot of restraint in how this thing is done, because or it's kind of bare bones in the way that it's presented, because that's the reality of this object, is that it was made, or this building, it was made because of necessity and out of what people could find. I mean, it was an old army barrack. So to kind of like really, again, kind of like whitewash it maybe is improper. In terms of the rammed earth, this might be an interesting drawing to look at with it. Yeah, we basically, the two materials that we were thinking about, again, trying to kind of promote the idea of an institutional presence and a permanence. I think we kind of talked about how the context of the existing building is almost too dynamic, because it's changing so much. You can never really account for what might be across the street in 15, 20 years. So I think by bringing kind of these materials that in our minds represented a permanence or kind of like that institutional nature, that we could kind of cement its position. So the materials we chose were those expressed rammed earth walls, and then kind of as the other material, basically the cast concrete walls, and which is what we used for the roofs as well. I'm trying to think if we have a good. You can kind of see it in this section perspective, where we're almost mimicking the way that wood framed buildings actually are done, where we kind of have thinking of this ridge board that is basically being held up by these beams that are kind of being pushed up against those ram earth walls. And then that eventually kind of towards the edge of that is bearing upon the soil as well. I'm trying to think, did that answer the question, Benjamin? Or was there an element that maybe?
You're on mute, Benjamin.
I was you show the wall section because you had some areas where we discussed, okay, if we need insulation, then rammed earth wouldn't be possible. So you guys were thinking about switching to a different material. Would be similar. I don't know where that ended up. But
Yeah, so basically kind of, if we look at the, the site plan, basically the walls that are kind of in this like Y direction are all the rammed earth, but then kind of things that start to break up that space in the X direction. So I guess I can gesture on here. All of these vertical elements kind of that are oriented to the contemporary grid are the rammed earth walls. And then the things that divide them are either glazing or it's those concrete walls.
Usually we wanted the concrete to run perpendicular to the rammed earth wall. So like the light well is concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let me just kind of cut to the chase on this. What's your R value of your rammed earth walls?
I don't think I could give you a number on that. I would not feel comfortable giving you a number on that. So.
And then I had another. What is the depth in the historic building? What in the wall section? You said it's too small, even for like. In the historic building, you said.
I mean, right now, I'm sorry. So right now, I believe the walls are 2x6 wood studs, maybe, with basically sheathing kind of keeping it in place, and then these wooden trusses that are kind of bearing upon that. So you can. I mean, this isn't obviously the trusses are.
So a 2x6 with spray insulation would be more than adequate. I mean, you can get I think it's closed celled or something as a R6 per inch or something. So you could get 4 inches. That'd be really. I'm just letting you know that.
No, okay.
That is helpful.
Yeah, but can you guys? Yeah, I agree. But
and then Alex was asking about the rammed earth. I think that in this climate, you would have to put in more cement than you normally do, like in the desert, and that gives it more of water resistance.
Yeah, that's one thing, but I know this is not an environmental studio, but I think there's something to the use of rammed earth that relates to the climates where you have incredible, temperature changes throughout the day, night to actually use rammed earth. And this climate is a super difficult climate. It's somewhere in between, right? And to some degree, that material doesn't get used to its fullest here. Which doesn't mean you cannot retrofit it in ways, as Michael says, you also, of course, also to protect it from humidity, but to make it work by mixing it with insulation. But then it starts to lose its integrity and, the beauty of its simplicity, right? Mm-hmm. So I was just questioning a little bit that, but it's also, is it really part of this landscape in the way using it? But that's a whole different story. How does it relate to that house, right?
It's an artificial landscape, right?
Yeah. That's what I was going to say, that I think by especially by the use, kind of using them both as the building and as kind of these retaining features within the site, I think, we try to kind of create this context in which it's an expected feature. So it would almost blend into the background because it's almost all around you. And then the building stands out against that canvas.
But really quickly, Alex's point, you should be really aware of it, that mass works in environments with big diurnal temperature swings. Mm-hmm. And not with Austin, where it's going to be very soon 105 degrees all day long and humid, and then get down to the low 86 or something, right? That just won't do it with mass.
Yeah.
You'll cook.
Yeah, we discussed that. And I think that, you know, the other aspect that they were dealing with the building retrofitting is the issue of reversibility. Trying to, if you spray foam, the foam is going to adhere to the structure and it's going to be hard to remove it. The solution, and also the idea of doing a type of rain screen for safety, not only addressing the issue of insulation, but also keeping it dry. And that's where the thickness of the wall starts getting, you know.
Yeah, that maybe the existing material isn't sufficient for repelling or keeping water out of the cavity. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's another, and at the end, what we discussed is that, okay, you have interior material and exterior material, and the actual visuals of the building do not change. The difference will be just that right now the windows are sitting on a very thin wall, and then the sill will be, it's like, you know, probably 4 or 5 inches wider. And that will be the big difference, with the notion that those windows are there actually will stay. So, so I think that the compromise could be made if that would be the issue, to remove the metal corrugated metal skin and then retrofit it and then put it back on a little bit wider, right? So that would be, that's what I think we were also looking at, with the notion that if you want to remove the insulation and everything else, you can always do it and put it back together. The way it should be.
You know, the other option would be not to retrofit it and leave it as a building that is open to the elements to some degree, and you know, you just enjoy it as a pavilion. And again, I don't know what the community there, you know, wishes to do with this project, so I'm talking from my own perspective of a foreigner, not just a white person, but a foreigner. So that complicates things. But
we're all foreigners here.
Yeah, I think so too. But one last comment, you know, returning to the rammed earth, it's a small kind of architectural thing, really related to language. I almost feel like you're using something that belongs to the stone construction, that kind of white cap that you're putting on all the walls, that I don't know if that would really work with rammed earth. I think if you want to embrace rammed earth, I would look for other ways of thinking about what that is, rather than kind of replicating that language of, you know, sandstone or sorry, limestone and a piece of white, really well finished stone as a capping element. To me, that just somehow there's a mix of different construction techniques that don't really belong together. And yeah.
Yeah, well, it's curious that you talk about it, because those walls were stone once.
Exactly, that's what it looks like, right?
Not too long ago, so there is something about it. Yeah. Anyway, we are about, you know, I think time for us to wrap it up. I don't know if there are any last comments about this couple of breaks that we saw during this session.
The only thing I want to say is thank you very, very much to you, Benjamin, and to everybody else, the students in particular. Thanks for showing us your work. It's pretty nice, really nice.
Very
and
ambitious.
the park people, thank you for participating very, very much with the school. That is super, super nice of you.
Yeah, we're so excited to have had this project selected by Benjamin. It's really just helps us maintain some energy while we have a little moment of the building just kind of standing there before visioning. So thank you so very much. We're so grateful.
We should do more of this, shouldn't we, Michael and Benjamin? And
well, we have so many projects for you. Please get in touch for the whole entire department. So
yeah,
sounds good.
Bye, Salvador.
All right.
Good to see you again.
Okay. Is that you know each other? I didn't know that. Okay, guys. So we have a break, 30 minutes break. We are going to reconvene at 3 o'clock. I know that Michael and Salvador are joining us again, but Alex, who I think is, I know she's there.
I'm Alex still here, yeah, but I was waiting to say
goodbye.
Sorry,
there's not so many faces
No, of
after a
course.
while,
Yeah,
you
of
realize
course. Yeah,
a hard
of
time
course.
possibly.
Well, enjoy
But
the
I
last
know
part
that.
of it, and thanks for having me. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Okay. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Ellen's here. Marla. Wonderful. Ellen. Hello, everyone. So it's 3 o'clock and we are gonna get started. We have pretty much most of us here. And I know some students had to leave because they have other reviews going on. But yeah, we are gonna get started. We have 2 themes to review, and yeah, I think we have enough time. So before I forget, because I forgot the previous session, I want to introduce our reviewers, right, or who is part of the panel today. We have Salvador Blumenkron, who is joining us from University of Minnesota, who is an architect from Mexico and works at Collage Architects. That's where his practice is. We have Kim McKnight from Austin's Parks and Recreation Department, who was instrumental for this studio, and that we are doing. Actually, this studio comes from conversations with Kim and facilitation that she provided. We have Michael Holleran, former director of the Historic Preservation Program, teaches Historic Preservation courses here, a faculty member. He's the theory of preservation and also preservation planning. Sarah Marshall, who is a historian, joining us from the Austin's Parks and Recreation as well. We have Ellen Colfax, architect, also working for the city of Austin, involved in the project as well. Marla Smith, a faculty member, she teaches Tech Comp, is that correct?
Yes.
And other courses, representation courses. I have shared I have said with Marla and other reviews of this nature, with comprehensive or integrative studios as well. Michael Garrison, Professor Garrison is a faculty member here. He also teaches building technology classes, and I just said on his review yesterday or Wednesday, I don't remember exactly when it was, and and he taught the undergrad version of this studio with a very interesting agenda about water, which some of you in the studio have been somehow investigating. So yeah, and also we have Herlinda Zamora here from the city of Austin as well, who is in charge or managing museums for the city, as far as I understand. So I'm going to start by asking the reviewers if you have any questions about the site or about the premise of this studio, if you had a chance to review the material I sent, or if you want me to do a refresh.
I did have one question.
Yes.
When I was looking at the site plan, it looked like there was an existing residence that's sort of encroaching on the site. Is that the case? Is that a
Yeah.
residence?
Yeah, I'm gonna share this with you. So pretty much, yeah, the site, if you look at it, even from Google Maps, one of the latest versions, all this space is wide open. However, I think immediately after the city decided to purchase this property, and then there were plans for it, the private properties that existed there, the people started to build stuff, right? So one of them is here, and the other one is right here. That house was pretty much under construction while we were doing the documentation of the structure. This is how the structure looks like, and as you will see the fence of one of the properties. This is fenced out already over here, and this property was pretty much under development. So that's why it has this wedge-shaped type of intrusion within the site. In fact, the city site ends on the dashed line over here, the city's property. However, this is a right-of-way that never occurred. And so we are assuming that this is going to be taken by the city. And since this site is set vacant there right now, we decided to expand the program in that direction, all with the knowledge, with the idea that this had to be a more ambitious project to address the educative goals of this studio. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It's a very interesting site.
Yeah, so the students really had to deal with this very strange site. So you will see that was one of the most challenging aspects of the project. Okay, so any other questions? So the students will present for about 15 minutes or so, and we have another 35 minutes for comments. I'm expecting or hoping that we can finish about 10 minutes before 5 so I can have a wrap-up conversation with the students. So that's the goal. So we are going to get started with Tristan and Megan, who are going to take over and share their screen.
Hey, hello everyone. I am Megan and my partner is Tristan. And this is our concept for a cultural arts center at 500 Montopolis. So we start by considering the human history of the site and the community that exists within and around it and what this place meant to the people that inhabited it. Though we were unable to speak to the community directly, in some interviews we were able to find online community members mention how the school served as more than just a school, that the school and its pastoral surroundings also serve as an important community center and were used for civic functions such as annual Juneteenth celebrations, baseball games, and barbecues. And though, go to the next one, though Montopolis was founded before Austin itself, it was passed over for the location of the new capital in the 1830s, and since has been dwarfed by the growth of the boom city that was Austin, it still is Austin. In the 1950s, the neighborhood was annexed into the city, and by 1970, the city had secured that right-of-way easement for a new road through the site that we suspect was bound for the historically whites-only Austin Country Club that was located nearby. And in more recent years, the area has faced rapid gentrification with lots along Kemp Street fetching high prices due to the uninterrupted skyline views of downtown, as well as the easy access to major highways. So we start by considering negative space, and that marginalized history reveals the importance of interstitial spaces and as places of community resilience. We consider the value and importance of the spaces between and recognize and the recognized markers in history. Considering the importance of the spaces, sorry, give me 1 second to throw my cat out. I really apologize. Right. So considering the value and importance of the spaces between and the recognized markers of history, and considering the importance of the spaces where communities exist, and recognizing the scars left behind by these acts of marginalization, while we celebrate the power and resilience over these acts, and we ask ourselves what it means to formalize and freeze this dynamic element of the community and place it on a pedestal.
Yeah, so based on this premise, we focused our program around the outdoor spaces. We traced the scars of the former right-of-way that cut through the shapes of the site. We drew an abstract bubble of protection and restoration around the school, and this bubble acts upon the remnant scars and gaining a slight dominance over them. We connect the site by extending the line of the school and breaking through the curve of the main spine of the site. And then this line is then anchored by a similar form, which is our micro library, which echoes the ghosts of the lost histories of the schools, especially this one. And on the side of the bounds, the edges, creating a more private residential block and a layered sculpture garden open to the artist studios. And we carefully control the edges by using the buildings as backdrops to the celebrated and centered objects and the negative spaces around them, the places where communities exist. So beginning with the school itself, here we see how we propose to restore it to its moment of significance, bringing it back to that time. And the school is placed within its bubble of restored Blackland Prairie, a marker of dormancy and resilience. Registering the seasonality and the change upon the landscape, this could be accomplished in conjunction with an organization like the Wildlife Center, and to complete the restoration over a period of time. So we seek to bring the school back to its moment of significance between the 1935 and 1955. We leave the space as primarily experiential, unconditioned, and raw, replacing it with a kind of beyond saving and preserving the character of the experience. And we remove only the lighter edition of the CMU, which you could see towards the top. And this was the restroom block, and added a discrete ADA ramp to the back to allow for modern access. And we seek to preserve and register the effects of time and use. Adaptability lies at its core, and it has lived for many years as what we see here as an army barrack, as a school, then as a school that was expanded, most recently a church, and what we intend to do, which is convert it back to this preserved museum.
The spine, what we call the spine, is perhaps the most important building of our new intervention. It creates a backdrop for the school using verticality and rhythm. It follows the curve of the scar that's left behind by this right of way, interrupted and offset by the effects of the school, and connected, you can go to the plan, and connected along a long covered walkway as a loggia of sorts. It houses the main public programs associated with the operations of the south side of the site. As a museum, a cultural center, contains offices, coffee shops, and a few exhibition spaces. The facade consists of 3 scales or levels of this rhythm. The regular steel structure, bands of exaggerated cedar fins left to weather and sulfur over time, and this, the spacing of the cedar fins themselves, which are at a regular sort of stud distance, 16-inch on center, and then an even smaller scale of a rain screen and corrugated siding. This rhythm echoes that of the interior of the school, which has been left exposed in its mothballing process, and helps create the effect of this building as a backdrop to that school. Acting as a linear edge condition, subtle shifts in the cross sections create variations in the space shaped by the program. So at the top here, we have the more inward focused coffee shop with contrast with its direct neighbor in the plan, which is the main gallery space, which reacts to the footprint of that prairie bubble around the school and opens up to it, the full wall of glazing there. And then here you can see our structural strategy for this building, which is an inversion a little bit materially and structurally of the existing school. So we're using a rigid steel frame that wraps around the exterior of the building, adding layers to the scale of the rhythm. And we are using, then hanging our roof deck from that on welded purlin hangers. So you can see that assembly. This is inspired loosely by how Crown Hall is constructed. You can see the layers, go to the explosion. The rigid steel frame with its cross bracing, and then the horizontal diaphragm that's created by these welded hung off purlins in the roof deck. Go to here, you can see the same sections we were looking at before, but now considering their materiality and their assembly, and how these sort of layers of the all these elements come together. Zoom in on these on the wall sections. The one on the right is the main interior wall assembly. which consists of just from inside to outside, the stud wall, a corrugated siding that is the actual like weather type barrier, and then off stud from that a rain screen so we can hide our drainage between that into the sort of watertight portion and the rain screen, and then these fins and the structure wrap around the exterior of that, creating this rhythm. And these fins continue on over the windows and sort of modulate the light into these interior spaces. Some zoom ins on that of this are gutter details, and then how that works also on the side of the building that has this overhang walkway, this sort of loggia space where these fins are wrapping over this and creating a little bit of interior room and sort of modulating the view and the connection with the rest of the site. But in some places it remains open and allows flow between it. Continue ideas of how these pieces meet the ground, both the structure and then these fins that sit off the ground slightly and allow for that sort of gap between materiality. Continue. This is a look at the inside of that sort of coffee shop space. We can see those fins wrapping beyond these elements of glazing that begin to modulate the light, and you can really feel the sort of inside out nature of this building. And here, just a quick look at those glazing details, and these fins continue on over those elements. Just a summary of the assembly, since there's quite a few layers there. There's these cedar fins, the structural elements, then there's the rain screen itself, which has the drainage sort of tucked between it, and the actual sort of wet seal layer of the exterior of the building, the studs, and then the interior finish. A quick look at the RCP to give you an idea of how these sort of interiors shape up when we start considering how the ceiling works in this slightly curved setting, which makes aligning things a little bit more difficult, while also highlighting that vertical rhythm in the structure through things like the lighting that are lining along the structure and using that sort of rhythmic quality without adding extra elements to the overall look of everything. And then considering how the mechanical system works together with this, because we're treating a lot of our buildings as these edge conditions to control the sort of bounds of this odd site, it leaves us a lot of side yards to sort of tuck a lot of these things into without having to overly complicate hiding things on roofs or other places. So we can easily fit several tightly zoned mechanical systems, ducted mini splits, and then sort of more regularly sized units. So we can tightly zone control these areas for better efficiency. And then just to look at some of these spaces within this building, that main, on the right, the main gallery, that is the one place in this building that has a wide open view looking straight at this, the school, because of the way that prairie bubble, that protective bubble, sort of starts to interact and act upon this building. And then in the other places along this outdoor walkway in this loggia, that those spaced fins that modulate your view out into the areas around the school. Yeah, another view of that, where you can see that opening portion of this sort of loggia.
So I was taking a look at the spine section of our building, which is a very important piece to it. Now we're going to round out to the south side of the site, which has our lecture hall, which is highlighted here. And this part uses natural slope of the landscape to create an amphitheater space and an open space, an open lawn space to create points of gathering in a sort of play space. So we're continuing the activities that are already taking place within the site and not impeding on that. So the program lies at the back of the house and functions as the public meeting space, which you can see that is number one, that it looks over onto the preserved museum. Here's an elevation which shows the long walkway path, which we'll talk about later, and then its exterior elevations, which are very reminiscent of the spine building, which you just talked about, and that exoskeleton of the preserved museum. So the main room opens up to the lawn via a large sliding shutter, opening views to the preserved museum building. And the long covered walkway doubles as a space for viewing and activity, extending the backdrop to the school and connecting the back of the site to the street. So from then we move to the north end of the site, the sort of residential side, and it's organized around a sculpture garden. So we have these two sides sort of looking at one another and creating this space for these sculpture gardens and these sort of studio opportunities. And so with that, this facade is a slight variation of the consistent verticality and responding to the southerly facade and plays with the different rhythms of the punch windows and layering of materials. The grocery store fronts Montopolis and creates this sort of urban edge. It mimics the form of the south side and connects to the public programs. Here we can see a plan which shows the program of the first and second floor. And on the left side, you can see these studio spaces, how they're bunched up next to each other. And then moving into this co-op space, which is 2.4. And then there you can see that as a space for creativity and for them to mingle and sort of be creative with one another to create these sort of sculptures and artistic endeavors. And then on the right side, we have the grocery, which is that sort of connective link from one side to the other. And the connective tissue between these two, though, is an exhibition space for sculptures and then sort of an interior sort of condition for that. And here you can see how those two programs come together with this sort of connective link. And we can see this sort of rhythm that has happening with this facade, which is very reminiscent of the southern part of the facade, and it really creates that sort of connective whole. And then these sections give you an idea of the interiors. As we're cutting through, you can see these studio spaces and how those are organized. We have the gallery space, which is very opened with frosted glass to allow for natural light to come through. And then we have the grocery store, which is very open and sort of has that same language. And then we move to the opposite side of the sculpture garden, which is the studio and residential townhouses. And again, it's a play on the vertical rhythm of the backdrop and using the same materials as the cultural center in a toned down manner, leaving a little bit more private, if you will. Here you can see the plans. They're very much staggered to allow for natural light, which we'll talk about in this section. But you can see the overall organization and how they're very much incorporating that sort of townhouse quality and this sort of vertical circulation. This elevation shows you the rhythmic qualities, shows you the private nature since it is very much, very close to this open lawn, but very much keeping intact sort of this opportunities for natural light, which we can see here. And staggering these elevations is allowing light to come through while opening views from the backside and really creating a nice play and alternating and shifting the levels to create this sort of vertical connection with light and space. And then we move on to our final building, which is the counterpoint to our school. This is our micro library, and it is an echo of the school itself and a future, it is sort of the acting upon the future of the community and its ideals. So elevating from the ground, it's opening up to allow for a plaza space for community and play. And here you can see a rendering of the interactions that are happening at the top, very much a play space and a space that is really focused on education and creativity. In plan, it's very simple in nature, very open. You can see from the top, it's very open as this plaza space, and then really becomes uplifted and to really allow for interesting views. We have the elevation, which is to show that it's very reminiscent of the rhythmic qualities that we have throughout the entire site, and this lifting quality to allow for opportunities below for points of gathering and to really open up this plaza space. And then here we have section that gives you an idea of what these internal qualities look like. And basically the sort of language and sort of activities that happen within. And we wanted to inspire play within this space by creating a direct visual link to the sculpture garden, which you can see on the right. It's allowing ample sunlight and basically inspiring through looking through many of the sculptures that will be within the site. And then this is a very important element, which is the sort of connective link. And it provides a direct link to the preserved museum that we're keeping on the site. And then essentially breaking the spine building that runs through this already existing path by breaking through that and We're making a clear connection between this micro library and the existing preserved museum.
Okay, so now that we have delved into a lot of the components of this site a little more, we want to get back to looking at all the spaces between the components, which we think are actually the most important parts of this site and where community really starts to happen. So here we'll look at a couple of the site sections. So go to the next one. So the top one, section A, how we're creating these bounding edges, these edge conditions, and then these center conditions. So the school and the microlibrary really acting as these center points in contrast to all the other program and building elements that are existing as these backdrops and these edge conditions. It's section B, go back actually. Section B is showing how we're using the natural topography of the site, which drops off slightly towards the back to create that sort of amphitheater lawn for the lecture hall that can be opened up to expand the community space. And then section C is showing us how the school and the library speak to each other through this punctured connection through the spine building, but then also how the grocery store and the lecture hall create those edge conditions and those bookends to the site. So here you can start to see how all of these components come together in actual 3 dimensions, and how we're articulating all the spaces between the components as much as we are the buildings themselves. Here, a view from each of the streets. The top one is a view from Kent Street, and we're keeping in mind the residential context and the residential scale of everything that surrounds the site and keeping these elevations, but then getting Montopolis a little more with an urban edge, particularly on the northern side of the Montopolis Drive side of the site. Just a little bit of the sort of guts of things and how things work, that we're utilizing all these side yards and alleyways to allow these buildings to function easily and all have a sort of, they all have a back somewhere where you can deal with water, waste, parking, residential access that is separate from public access. And then a few sort of details looking into the elements of the site and how some of these transition places occur, that we're thinking about how these different surfaces, the restored prairie, meets formal landscaping and starts to shield from parking as a barrier between and to modulate between the road and the vehicle, and moving towards this preserved sort of bubble of experience that we're kind of creating around the school, which becomes part of the museum space. And here, just a sort of summary of all of these pieces coming together, a sort of reference point to consider the site as a whole. And we'll leave it on this, which gives you a little bit of an idea of each of the sort of components, as well as the sort of overall site strategy.
Excellent. Very good, Megan and Tristan. Thank you very much. So now this is open for comments or questions.
Well, I'll go ahead and jump in first. I'll again sort of echo the commentary. It's a nice presentation, very thorough. You've obviously taken into account, all levels, from the beginning of the cultural, sociological level all the way down to the detail. A couple of things that jump out to me initially, and I think it probably did. One of the more powerful things is that obviously the spine and the breaking of the spine with the school and the micro library. And I think that's really successful and makes a very powerful point. And I was wondering a little bit about your attitude towards, because this is a really modern insertion, right? Most of your vocabulary is quite modern. The building itself, you know, from the 30s around in there. And in what way does you spoke a little bit about the way that the building reacts to the residential versus the more urban, but how does the materiality of the building and the breaking of that spine talk about sort of the history? Is there a little bit of embedded meaning in that, in the terms of the way that the history is sort of breaking this sort of modern insertion and looking through to the library? That was one thing that struck me. And I guess a little side comment before you answer is, I almost feel like that break is not enough. Like, I really see the connection in the couple of views that you show, you know, but then there's some part of me that feels like there's almost that the original school needs to push back a little more. So that I just wanted to ask about that and what your attitudes were about that.
Yeah, so that sort of setup of this modern insertion and then the school acting against that in a way was definitely intentional and one of our sort of earlier moves that we started working with. And coming back to that idea of like resiliency, that this site has had so many external forces acting upon it, and the school is still there and it's still standing despite all of these acts of marginalization that tried to sort of dampen this history, intentionally or unintentionally. So we really wanted to play that up, and I absolutely see how we could have sort of pushed that further and pushed that action against the modern further.
Mm-hmm.
I have some questions. First of all, I want to just say that what you all did, I think, is amazing. It's really excellent work. I think you've accomplished a lot. You've gotten all the way down from master planning a site to flashing, and you know, things are working very well. Therefore, I want to move the review up to a higher level. So we're not talking about competence. Maybe what we're talking about is a new directions. So I think this is amazing that you all accomplished this during being quarantined. Not only that, for, you know, we're all zoomed out, and then the ice storm, and look, look what we did. I think that's fantastic. I also think that architecture changed during this period of time. And we may not be really aware of how it changed. And that's what I want to talk about with you guys. First of all, I think one of the things we learned that education is different than we thought it was before. What we learned is about schools is that how much the social component of it was. How important it was for the kids to sort of like interact and learn about social nuances. That was the negative thing about it. We learned about the failure of the infrastructure during the ice storm. And we're now much more aware of healthy lifestyles. And we're learning about climate change, and some things are changing. So I'm interested to see how you all are going to come out of this, or how it might have changed things. For instance, I think what we learned, some good things about school, was that by having everybody at home, we learned that, you know, older brothers and sisters sometimes got more involved with younger brothers and sisters, and parents got more involved in education. And, you know, there was a lot of things that were happening at home. And so maybe there's some things that we can build off of. Maybe every parent is a teacher. I love the fact that your guys are mixing housing, because what's another thing we learned is that we're going to be at home so much, that how important it was for us to have affordable housing in a neighborhood that's changing, that's making it unaffordable. So I guess I would have looked for some things like maybe a few more subtle changes, like the way Jefferson moved housing and education together in the original UVA campus. I love the fact that, I would have just said, let's just take this. The city owns this property. We need affordable housing. There's a period that you go through in life where you're teaching the kids. That's what we do. We're in those children age group, and we're all teachers. It takes a whole community, and so maybe it's a housing complex with a school that's associated with it. So part of your thing just happens in the house. We are teaching the kids, and half of it is then, man, we really miss, I think, reviews being all together, right? We miss the pageantry of it. We miss the showcasing of it. I think this sort of like spine that you guys have, which is the most interesting thing I think about your project. I think it sort of reminds me of that movie, The Snowpiercer, where there's this long train and then you're going from one car to the next. And the whole thing is working as a sort of a kind of like the way they have bazaars in Mexico. And I think that may be a really interesting idea as a social phenomenon. Like the whole thing is like an exhibition place where, all of a sudden, whatever anybody's doing, there's a showcase for it. And that's where we come together. And then when we need to be individual, we can be all over the place. I think the AA, they don't have studios. They just have exhibition spaces and jury rooms and a bar. So there's reasons to come together. But now, like in the Snowpiercer analogy, the connection to the outside, I think, is the weakest part of the spot. I would have liked to have seen this sort of like it open up at places where there's maybe a little, where the skin is more thick, so there's this sort of indoor space, and then there's an indoor-outdoor space that it sort of terraces into the landscape. So if it's a nice day, we can kind of open up the wall. There's some steps outside. I can sit there and we can have sort of our class indoor, outdoor, so it actually engages the landscape a little bit more. You've created these resultant spaces, but I think in some cases they're like, I don't know, sculpture gardens instead of ball courts, kicking ball courts, places where, part of learning so much is like the sports activity, organizing yourselves into teams, and the brain is a physical organ as well, so it needs sort of like, especially at that time of growth, sort of exercises like that. I wish in some ways, though, there was this sort of, and I guess I'm putting it to you as, I think you guys did an excellent job of what you're doing. I want you to think, gosh, what is the new world going to be like? And how could this really work? And I'm looking for a more integrative one, where the actual housing being associated with the school, that's new. And I think maybe that's the way things are going to be in the future, where we can have, people that are raising school-age children, and every one of them is thought about as a teacher. And so it's not my private yard where everybody plays. It's the whole thing is a complex. And so there are places where every parent is a teacher, every parent is watching the children and responsible for the children. And so the way that things connect and interact seems to be very formal in your scheme. And I'm looking for it to be, I think what you guys are trying to do is be more integrative. And maybe that's the way the future is going to be a little bit. I just think that, when you guys did an excellent job with wall sections and things like that, but I thought the exterior walls were a little, they were thin. There was, it was just that there were just elevations instead of layers. Layers of integration with the landscape and better connections to the housing. It's awfully formal. I think I would have preferred it been more village-like. Once you decide that you're not going to have sort of the car, or maybe there's an underground parking garage here, I don't know. But or maybe there's flex parking, maybe there's, where we share cars, or like we do now with the whole idea of, calling Uber or something like that. Maybe there's a place where UPS drops off packages and things. It's all thought of as a community, in a sort of an integrated community. Whereas I think you guys have sort of separated things and made it more like a campus and made it more of a formal. Whereas I think maybe what we're beginning to understand is this whole notion about the change in our idea about nature is more diverse. It's, it doesn't rely on that. There's a different kind of efficiency. It just relies on these sort of like chance interactions and biodiversity. And so I just want this to be more diverse, more integrated. I would have spread the housing out all over that. So that little wedge of housing that comes into the project, yeah, that's great. That's just the kind of thing we're talking about. I want housing to be wedged into the community, so the housing's all spread out. The school is really a social place that links everything together. I guess I want you guys to think about, now that you've done this, where's the next step up? What are you going to do that no one's ever done before?
Thank you for that comment. That's a really great comment. And I think that you're accurate on many points on that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think Michael's gonna speak now. Michael, go ahead.
I'll step in briefly because I want to follow up on the other Michael. Hi, Michael. I think some of the formality comes from you guys have very, very strongly used geometrical generative. This is generated in plan. And I'll start by saying I'm ordinarily, I am pretty skeptical of that. So having said that, I think you did some things very effectively. One of them being that the thing then works in three dimensions. It's not something that you view in plan and then you're done. And I think some of the things that you've done in plan, I think that the circle in plan, with or without the prairie restoration, but the circle in plan around the historic building is very, very simple and effective. One of the things that the other schemes that I've seen, everyone is trying to figure out, how do you honor this building? How do you give it pride of place? And that circle is just the simplest solution that surprised me once I was looking at it. So the generative geometry that most kind of puzzles me is that right of way that you've is taking the right of way as the genesis of your kind of biggest, boldest move. And part of that is a semantic criticism, is that the right of way is something that never actually happened, and had it happened or what, it's a sort of strange intrusion, potentially part of the history of erasure. What I'm saying is I don't see it as a thing to be honored or necessarily even acknowledged as as something that just sort of happened in the land pattern and never happened in reality. Again, arguing back against myself, one of the other things that I find awkward about it is the fact that it is smacked straight up against the property line. I don't know where the property line actually is. If I'm assuming you're probably violating setback requirements. Maybe you're not, I don't know. It's not important, because part of the argument back to myself as I'm looking at this and thinking about it is, yeah, but you're going to have, you've got these new houses, you're going to have that damn fence. This piece of geometry is, has imposed itself on the site and is going to be permanent. So in a sense, you have built yourself a buffer from that being out of your control and made it be under your control. And I think that's all. I'll let Salvador go, because I just wanted to get in with the geometry issues in response to Michael and the formality.
Thank you. Well, coincidentally, I was going to say something very similar along the lines of the diagrammatic nature of this project. I feel like that's fine. It's totally fine. I think we all see the same things. So, we commit the sins or the mistakes of taking a plan view and making a diagram of it and then extruding it in 3D. And then, nobody sees this in plan view ever, unless you have a drone or unless you're a bird or you have a helicopter. And I think that what we're referring to in the geometry is that diagram that is not explored further into what the leftover spaces become into. And I think back to Michael Garrison's comment as well of what are unexplored, and back to Marla's comments as well. I think that we all are in agreement that the formality of the project kind of takes away, and it makes it very. Now I'm conflicted because I love this project. And the execution of the 3D formality and the way that you explored each individual building and the vocabulary and the imagery and everything is just so beautiful that it's hard not to be compelled by it, and it's hard to find things to give you criticism for. But I think the really strong thing that struck me when I saw this was that formality, the dramatic nature. And it seems like if you had done a few more diagrams and put them against each other and then start to explore the site for the site itself, regardless of the, I don't know, I'm just looking at the consequence of just a layout of a diagram, but it really doesn't speak to the nature of the site itself. And then of course this bubble and then this other bubble, they are all in synchronicity of a graphic, but not in terms of what the space is or the space means. Maybe in the case of this one, yeah, but when you arrive here and then you're confronted with this big wall, then it starts to become more chaotic than helpful. So I don't know if I explain myself clearly, but one of the things that I really liked about the diagram extruded was this connector there. I think that's a very successful move. As Marla said earlier, I really like the connection between the old and the new, and then that extrusion and that collision between the communities that are coming together. That's a really powerful move. And I think if you were to continue with that idea further to explore all of that, then that would make a lot more sense. The housing, as Michael Garrison said, feels a little bit pushed away, out of the way, kind of like this is programmatic. It doesn't really compel to us to do more with it. And the reason I'm being so critical with this project in particular is because I'm frustrated that I like it so much that I almost see it. And it was just maybe 2 more weeks of work and you would have gotten there. But congratulations, what you've achieved is extraordinary anyway. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kim.
Thank
Ellen,
you. Yeah,
please.
I think we still have some PARD staff on the call.
Yeah.
I'll go first, and then I hope somebody else. First of all, I really loved the prairie bubble idea, and that I think it just gave the original building some breathing room, and also respected that original kind of cultural landscape. So I do appreciate that very much. Some of my other notes. I just liked the idea of the library concept as programmatically as really connecting to the overall idea of preserving the school and preserving memory and place. And so I thought that was a really successful concept as well. I made this comment on another, I'm still trying to understand better the experience from Montopolis and sort of how one sort of interacts and enters and their experience kind of passes, since that is the sort of major, the major edge. And so I would maybe need to study that a little more. It wasn't entirely clear to me how that kind of interaction between the roadway, which is, you know, pretty, it's going to increasingly be a very highly urban roadway, and how that works. And I would just say that of all the work we've seen to date, just the level of detail you were able to provide about how, and you've thought through all of these different scenarios, how you're going to condition spaces. I just wanted to commend you for digging that deeply. I think you did a really, really terrific job. Any other PARD folks want to weigh in?
Sure, I'd like to add a few things.
Please do.
Well, I felt like this project was really successful at activating the entire site and really creating spaces that would encourage the community to gather. I thought the idea of the artist studios, the living and working spaces would create spontaneous events that would draw people in, and the way that the arrangement kind of opens out to streets on either side encourages community involvement. I thought the overall scale and material use was really successful. Yeah, I think I was also intrigued by the micro library and its raised vantage points to see different portions and align with the building, the historic school. I thought that was successful too. So overall, just a really intriguing project. I thought it was quite successful. Anybody else?
Wonderful, thank you very much. Well, I echo the comments. You guys did a very good job throughout the semester. It was a pleasure to see you moving through there. We have seen projects that have transformed heavily throughout the semester and started somewhere and then ended somewhere else. However, I think your project is one of those where you have a clear direction, a clear element, especially that spine, that bubble, and that connection between one side and the other made by the library. That library wasn't there at the beginning, but you know, that connection that you create two nodes within the site. And it's an example of how when you stick to an idea and take it to the end, to the last consequences, there is also good results. Want to commend you for the completeness and all the work that you have done throughout the semester. Is really good, really good. And I think Michael Garrison's comment on taking this to a futuristic view, right, to a point where, okay, it's already a utopic type of project, right? It's not a project that that has taken the initial considerations for the site and actually expanded them into a much larger and ambitious project. I think it's an interesting proposition that you know, I wish we had Michael before in the studio to think about those things, but it's a good point. But I think it's also interesting that your project inspires this idea or this vision for the future, which I think it does very well. All right, wonderful. So we are going to move on to the last but not least team. Kara and Ali are going to take over. So please share your screen. Thank you.
All right. So hello, good afternoon. My name is Ali Pease, and my partner is Kara Bristow, and it's our last studio. Woo! Congrats, guys. We're almost done. All right. So we began our project, our design process, with a series of diagrammatic and demographic explorations in order to further understand the Montopolis area. Our diagram pulled focus to the nearby metro access points and the trailhead for Roy Guerrero Park Reserve, while the data collection highlighted the need for an educational outlet for local youths, affordable housing, and gathering spaces where community members from all backgrounds could really come together. With this information in mind, we began to pull precedents that related to these key ideas while also incorporating a simple stylistic language, one that could fit smoothly into the site's context without feeling like a massive industrial or modern staple of gentrification was encroaching on the neighborhood.
And then from there, we moved into a series of initial massing studies based around a key phrase of disjointed junctures, which means a lack of orderly sequence that leads to a particular moment in time. And in terms of this site's layout, that meant scattered buildings that meet at angles which force the visitors into central gathering spaces. The smaller architectural moves also fall in line with our goal of maintaining the scale of the contextual neighborhood and establishes the proposal as its own little city of sorts. The process for these studies was a collaging of floor plans and diagrams of projects that related either geometrically or programmatically, and then break them up into and reorient them to figure out spatial relationships and hierarchical scale specific to our project. These diagrams aren't meant to be taken as literal depictions of the project's floor plans, but rather they are explorations of the possibilities for structural and visual connections throughout the site. And after choosing which diagram we wanted to pursue, we began to explore opportunities for outdoor enjoyment, ultimately deciding to leave the grassy space along Montopolis Street as a flex space, in addition to creating interior green spaces surrounded by the disjointed structures. And to connect the array of structures, we originally played with the idea of a ribbon-like wall that would guide visitors throughout the site, but later transitioned into the idea of a series of boardwalks that grow out of the structures and help break up the vertical levels of the project. And these boardwalks allow for moments where benches will appear, providing visitors with plenty of opportunity for seating, whether they want to enjoy the Texas sun or sit under a shady tree. So. Ali, you're muted.
Sorry, my dog wouldn't stop barking. The next step was to begin to visualize these structural relationships in 3D. In orienting the buildings, we set up a series of guidelines. Those with historically related programmatic elements are oriented along the same axis as the original structure, while the additional structures line up with the axes of nearby buildings to subtly draw the eye towards the historic building. And then pitched roofs follow the language of the historic structure, while these flat roofs act as overhead coverings to provide shade throughout the site. And then we also wanted to maintain a level of privacy for regular inhabitants of the site, daily employees, residents in the housing units, et cetera. So all major public entries and parking lots are located over along Montopolis Street. except for this south portion of the site where it opens up to the existing path down to the park reserve. And then additionally, residents are provided with their own parking lot along the northwest end of the site to further this feeling of privacy.
And focusing in on the southern portion of the site, you can get a better understanding of the relationship between the structures that support the historic programmatic elements. So here we decided to include a flexible theater space as an addition to the required program to provide the community with opportunities for everything from guest speakers to local performances. The deck for this building extends towards the existing fence to allow users to convert the adjacent green space into an outdoor theater. And we also connected our new exhibit space to the exhibit space of the existing structure, so guests can literally walk through time as they transition from the older building into the new. And then for the sections as well as the perspectives, we really wanted to showcase that the surrounding structures act as a backdrop for the existing historic structure. And for the second set, we wanted to show more of the northern portion of the site, focusing on the large open space for community recreation.
Right, so starting small with the details, we have the precast concrete benches that visitors see scattered throughout the site. Although the constructed relationship varies between the different, or the constructed relationship between the different materials varies ever so slightly based on each bench's location. They all consist of a footed structure that acts as an additional support for either the concrete walkways or the boardwalks. And then wherever the benches don't exist, the boardwalk is supported by its own series of concrete footings and inset brackets with drainage systems located alongside the boardwalks to prevent water from gathering underneath the decking. And then welded steel pergolas throughout the site act as shading and are held in place using brackets that are hidden within the floor systems. As Kara mentioned, we chose to situate a new exhibit space right up against the existing structures exhibit space as a symbol of growth and progression. However, this required an interesting set of supports to prevent too much weight from resting on the existing structure. So here we utilize a 6x8 steel beam and gutter system to support that connection and maintain the watertight seal for the new existing or for the new exhibit space. And then we also reworked the existing structure ever so slightly to make sure it was fully insulated while maintaining that same visual appearance of the exposed structure within.
That's a huge slab.
And in order to combat the issue of overheating within the glazed building, we went with a ventilated roof system. So the base of this system is made up of a series of steel beams and mullions with double layered windows that work to close off the structure from the elements. So that is that watertight seal. And then above this, we have an open ventilated structure that is a breezy wooden screen that helps to block out all of that harsh sunlight, and a single pane glass system above that that makes the roof appear fully enclosed, but also helps catch the eye of visitors walking along the street. So it really like reflects and makes the existing structure stand out. And then for the supporting buildings, we decided to go with a framework of 2x4 wood studs and exposed wood rafters along the ceilings that keep with the language of the exposed structure of the existing building. And the structures that are historically related to the existing building have rain screen facade systems with wooden panels that are scaled to the approximate size of the steel panels of the historic structure. And then the other supporting buildings utilize a stucco exterior.
So we have a lot of buildings on the site, and all of which require their own mechanical systems. So to avoid having a dozen mechanical boxes interrupting the visual experience of the project, all of our systems are tucked below ground with floor outlets placed throughout the buildings. And then looking back at our site plan, this diagram is meant to show a rough layout of drainage lines throughout the site, the majority of which are meant to collect water in the storage and utility building on the southwest end of the site.
That's it.
That's your last slide?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for the presentation. So now we open it for questions or comments.
I have a quick clarification question, really more technical than theoretical. The overall structure that you guys are using for your new buildings, is that a steel structure that I'm looking at? Mostly holding that up, is that?
It depends. So for the ones that are primarily enclosed, it was wood. But there are these two that are primarily steel, as well as this library, this front facade would primarily be steel.
So that is that a steel structure with like a curtain wall inset, or is it?
Yes, or yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I had to visualize it, yes.
Okay.
Well, just to pick up on, I think what Marla's getting at, I have two different directions that I wanted to talk to you guys about your scheme. First of all, again, wow, what a tough problem. Lots of things to consider here. I think, to me, the greatest opportunity, and you almost are there, if you can go back to your site plan, was the front that faces Montopolis. If you can, yeah. This area here, it's almost, you know, right now it seems like there's a wall between that screens it off and makes it safe. And I guess because of the school shootings and things like that, we're starting to see that with security guards out in front and stuff like that. And I'm not so sure that that's sending us the right message up. There's a group that I belong to, Community Renewal International, that is doing something called a community house. And I think that's sort of like what you guys were thinking. And that is, what is the link between the community and the school? And so after school, you know, used to be lots of kids would go to the library to do their homework because their parents, especially in this this service-oriented and community that Montopolis is, you know, people are getting up at 5 in the morning to go to work, and sometimes they don't come home till later in the afternoon. And so the community house was often this place where the kids could go after class. And, you know, it's to sort of keep them out of trouble. And, you know, to keep them focused on it. So maybe there is a link between the community and the school that has to do with the community center, so that you're sort of way of redoing this building and make it more of an outreach. I think in that green lawn area, maybe there's an interface in which it can sort of interact with the community a little bit more. That would be the sort of one kind of improvement, because I think there's a lot of great things about your project, but that's what I would do, is sort of break that wall a little bit. And, you know, I understand the need for security, but also maybe there's a sort of a need for eyes on the street and, you know, people being there. So everybody's observing what's going on, and hopefully maybe there's a whole bunch of bicycles sitting out there where kids can actually take their bike to school again. I don't know. The other thing is, I guess, in terms of, since I'm the environmental controls teacher, to talk about some things. I know I'm really introducing students now to radiant cooling systems, which if you want to see one, just go to the HEB at Mueller. So don't tell me they can't work in this. But I think in that case, you need to start thinking at this level that you would be using a district system, a cogeneration system. So you might have an energy center like we do at Mueller, and that you're sending chilled water or hot water, or like we do at campus, around, you know, from that energy center. And then each particular building has sort of a booster system on terms of that, which would make some sense. You have some economy of scale here. So you might actually have a district system. I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of that because of the efficiencies of it. We can get, instead of 35% energy efficiency, maybe we can get up to 80. So that might go a little bit more in keeping with the sort of loop that you have around the edge of the building, because I think the mechanical system is actually a design formation idea as well. So when you can find a system that sort of works well with the idea that you have, that's the kind of system you want to use. I think it's an excellent project. You know, the campus focusing on the interior of the courtyards, I think it's great. But I also like your sort of link to the hike and bike trail. I wish that was a little bit more developed. And I go back to saying I wish there was a little bit more of the community center, which I guess is that's, I can't really read that now, I'm half blind, I guess, but that breaks through that diagonal line that you have cutting across the front on Montopolis, and actually becomes sort of like I don't know, community window. You've got a lot of glazing on your exterior, and you know, such that you're going to have in a climate like we have in Texas, you're going to have a tremendous amount of solar load. And I'm not one that's going to say you can't do that, because we have such new ideas in glazing technology and new systems that can be in to approach those kinds of things, like that have variable shading built within the glazing of it. But I think that you've got to explore some of that, because the first thing you're going to do when you get in the office and show that, you're going to get with a bunch of people who are used to sort of the old technologies and go, oh, you can never do that. So the only way you're going to get your ideas across is that you can show that it works.
So I would like to say a few things myself. You know, first of all, as everybody, congratulations. This is a really cool project, very intriguing, very thoughtful, respectful, and thorough. Although I feel like you ran out of batteries when you got to here. I think that feels a little bit underserviced in terms of design ideas, or, you know, for further exploration. I think that what got in the way is what Michael was just referring to, is that this main open space feels that is getting in the way what could have been a really good scheme. Otherwise, I think the way you solved every relationship between these spaces, these two buildings, and then these, and then all these areas here in between, and the way you're making the user go around and experience the site feels like a campus, which is very appropriate, I think, and more engaging community-wise. But once you get to this point, I feel like this is a completely different project, or maybe not completely, but it lacks that sort of cadence and joyful path, and it just becomes kind of like a wall here and then another wall, and it became a little bit frustrating for me to not even see what happens there. The other thing I wanted to talk about is your floor plans, and I know this was a lot to take on in one semester and so on, but I think the floor plans inside each building, the whole project feels like it's a bunch of boxes, and the interior doesn't really make much sense, or it doesn't have a lot of attention. And if I were to develop this project, I would really pay attention to what happens inside the buildings and the connection between the inside and the outside. But other than that, I really like this project a lot. Thank you.
Just for clarification, Salvador, the reason why you don't see that area as developed is because there was a point on the semester where we decided that most of the energies were going to go towards the southern part, closer to the existing building. And although perhaps previous teams have shown some plans and why not Generally speaking, the entire studio was a point where we were like, okay, this is very extensive. We have to focus more into these areas, and that's why you don't see as much for that part of the project.
Makes sense. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, it stayed as more schematic, while the rest was we decided to work more on that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could follow up a little bit on what Salvador is saying, because I feel like one of the most successful parts of your project is the relationship to the original building and the breaking down of the scale and the way that people move through there, just as was mentioned. It's almost a little bit of the opposite, right, of the last project where it was isolated a little bit or celebrated, depending on how you want to do it. And so it's really nice to see the other side of that coin. And I think you did really carefully take a look at how that worked. And I'm almost convinced, that those spaces around that building are respectful, and that they would be a really nice pedestrian experience. And then back to my original comment about the glass and what is it made of. Similar, I was kind of going in a similar direction, a little bit of what Michael was saying about a lot of glass, but also in a similar direction of like, they're very similar structures, but they're not quite similar. And I'd almost like to see something where you have really finally worked out what that building is made of and how it's created, and then maybe use that in a way to create those spaces and those respectful distances within that original building. And it's not so much that the buildings are moving around, but that the way that you're placing the buildings really carefully and their articulation is gesturing towards the original building. Because in some ways, when I was looking at your site plan, I was like, oh, I'm kind of sad. Like I have to kind of look to find the original building. And it's a graphic thing, but also on the flip side of that, it's really nice because it's almost woven in, to the fabric of what you're doing. So I appreciate that a lot. I do think that that it could be, I would like to see a little bit more about how your building interacts with the existing building, because I think that tension there is critical. We've been talking about it, I'm sure you guys have been talking about it all semester, that tension that exists between old and new, and how you bring the cultural history forward and marry it into whatever you're trying to do now. Because I'm not quite convinced that works yet either. I'm fine with the fact that it's a difficult relationship, but I'd like to see it developed a little bit more and be a little bit more convinced about that.
Yeah, and I know this is a dirty word in Texas, eminent domain. But if I've ever seen an opportunity for eminent domain, it would be to take a portion of this triangle of this two residences that stick into this, to the middle of this site. There has to be something that it's on the books there for a reason. And I think, I know the city doesn't like to use it, and I understand that it's politically unpopular, but it does seem a little, it would be better off for the whole city and the neighborhood as well if you took a portion at least of that triangle of their property that sticks into the middle of your court.
We actually did. We took this, there was an extra piece of
well, good for you.
Property.
Just take it.
The entire north of the property is private, right? I mean, all of this is private. It's something that we consider up for grabs for purchase. Yeah.
Is it privately owned right now?
Yeah, we assumed so. I mean, there is a line here, and there is and this lot sitting vacant right now as well.
Well, if the city can afford to give tax breaks to attract all of these new businesses and here in Austin, then you have to begin to say some of our tax money should be going to build affordable housing and expanding schools.
Yeah.
And the city needs to be has an obligation to doing that.
Great.
Kim, you wanna?
Sure. I was going to add that when the city, a couple of things that we've learned in the semester since I first shared this project with Benjamin is that we thought that that middle swath of land was right of way, but it's actually real property reserved for transportation purposes. So it is a similar type of use. But we have worked with the transportation department and they've agreed to allow us to include that in the planning process.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that we can't, there's still a discussion about how to accommodate some sort of a road connection, and it's a long story. But sadly, the other piece I was going to tell you is where those two houses are. When we went to purchase the school through eminent domain, so that is how the city did acquire the school. It was quite contentious. We did have an opportunity to buy that little lot with the two houses, and the city declined to move forward with that. They were owned by the same developer. So the city was able to justifiably use eminent domain as justification because of the historic property, but really unable to do so with that other piece. And I suppose we could have tried to purchase it just outright, but tensions were not, it was not a good situation. So I just wanted to say with respect to the project, I think one of the things that really struck me at the beginning of the project was that disjointed junctures theme and this idea of kind of a messy city. And I think one of the things that I really love about your scheme is the relative lack of formality, how everything is kind of a bit of a discovery. And I think that that mirrors my favorite way to explore cities, which is just kind of discovering and not having things be perfectly clear, because a well-developed city over time starts out super formal and then over time gets kind of junked up in a really great way. And so I liked that instinct you had, which I think really serves the historic property well. I liked your inclination to provide a basketball court, but I think that that opportunity might have been better served, or there was something about it that didn't quite work. I feel like that space, we need basketball courts, and especially in a neighborhood with lots and lots of children. So I do like that you wanted to provide that, but I'm not sure that it worked exactly in that location. Let's see. And I would just like more information about the exhibit space. I know you didn't necessarily need to get into the weeds, but with respect to the historic building, it's, you know, what's great about this project is that it's not completely unrealistic for a public project, that you would be given an odd shape of land made to accommodate a tiny little building. It's not a clean slate. That's really a truly realistic project in many ways, that you have these difficult constraints. And so I'm really glad that Benjamin decided to pursue it despite that. And I think in spite of that is probably a better way to say it. So I think I do see that architects really struggle, even historic preservation focused architects really struggle to integrate old buildings like this that may not necessarily have, they're not sort of grand buildings. They're very much more vernacular and modest. And I think that they're super challenging. I think they're far more challenging than maybe a grander structure. So I think you did a good job. And I certainly welcome my colleagues' feedback as well. Anyone else? We might have lost some folks too.
I think Ellen, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll say a few things. I think what I most appreciated was thinking about the pedestrian experience going throughout this. It's an interesting idea to look at it from a lot of different, I mean, when you were talking about building the concept and thinking vertically and breaking down the spaces, I think that's an interesting idea to start with. I'm curious also about, as you approach the historic building, I think you were the only team that added a structure directly onto the building. And I thought that was an interesting idea. And I didn't feel like I mean, I think you even had a rendering of that space, but flipped through it pretty quickly. So it was a quick view of what you were planning for that space. And if that is the entry, I don't know, I was just curious to see a little bit more about that and to see how it's integrated into the historic building.
We didn't want to go inside the historic building. That was the biggest thing that we didn't want. We wanted to utilize one of the exterior entrances that had actually been boarded up and open that up to, like we said, you really kind of walk through the old history into like the new history. But I mean, as you mentioned, we didn't fully get into developing that specifically much more than that. That was just our main idea with connecting the two buildings, really showing that conversion or that like transition through time.
One detail about that I would say is that we wanted to keep the historic building to be showcasing a specific history of the site itself year round, and then using the new exhibit space to kind of take whatever is going on in the community learning center and use that as an exhibition space for whatever they're trying to showcase at the time. So that's more of a temporary exhibition space. It changes from weekend or whatever, so that one's more of a moving temporary thing. And then the historic building kind of showcases what this site is all about.
Can I ask a question? Where did they eat lunch?
We do have two cafes.
So for visitors, we do have two cafes, and then for employees of the exhibit space, this building over here, this I guess it would be the Eastern office building, does have its own little kitchen.
Now that you've gone back to this slide, I think, Ellen, I'm really glad you brought this up. Ellen and I are both historic preservationists working in the public sector. I think that this is pretty, I like this idea of you really keeping the building as an artifact to some extent and still allowing exhibit space. So one could go in and maybe experience it as a student could have in a certain time. And yet you've got space for maybe rotating exhibits or something like that. What do you think, Ellen?
Yeah, I think for the actual expanding the opportunities for interior use of the historic, and I think it's intriguing. I think there might be some opportunities for how the two meet that weren't completely explored, but in accommodating kind of an interior view of an exterior side of the building, it's an interesting idea. And I think that there might be more exploration of inside out, and just thinking about the amount of solar gain and how that space would feel. And at night it would be, completely different. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea.
We had that conversation about adding this shell to this existing structure, and as part of the explorations that of various explorations within the studio. As you can tell from the day, there are different ways of approaching it, and I have always commended and encouraged Ali and Kara for identifying what the consequences or what the issues will be if doing something of this nature will happen. So yeah, in that extent, I think it's an interesting idea, and especially with these materials and structure, doesn't seem to be that complicated. However, we talk about the west facade and the glass, and those are still issues that need to be addressed with more detail. But I mean, the idea just of intervening the structure and adding to the structure existing building is an interesting. I don't know. What do you think, Michael? I'm intrigued about what you think, Michael Holleran.
Yeah, I'm glad to go back to I don't remember if it was Ellen or Kim brought up the fact that this is the only one that has added something to the structure, and I'm glad that has been. I'm glad that you guys have explored that. That's a general comment in that I think there can be a tendency to just sort of keep hands off as the safest, simplest. We'll let that be one thing, and then we'll go on and design the rest of the stuff. And the building, as we already know, the historic building itself has gone through umpteen different phases, including additions during its history. I also would want to know more about how it works, both programmatically, which in a way is asking a lot in this studio, and also I think the contrast of the spaces. Again, there was a mention of how it would be so different at night during the day. The contrast in the spaces, the contrast in the buildings is very fruitful. But yeah, I think I think it would be the next steps of developing it and how does it work. And the western facing glass. Yep. I saw I saw the explanation, and I'm not sure that I caught all of it. I'm not sure it needs. I mean, someone else can go into it if they want. But the venting. I saw that you're taking seriously the fact that you're creating a glass box facing west. I'll leave it to the other experts in the room as to whether you've seriously solved it.
Are there any other comments or questions for Ali and Kara?
I like the awkward silences though, but very cool project. And I can see some Bristol Peace firm in the future, maybe. Yeah, it seems like you guys were able to work really well together. You brought a lot of ideas together that are hard to combine, and the project flows really well. And it's during a pandemic, I don't know how you did it. It's pretty cool, very good to watch.
Yeah, if you guys can go to a plan, one of the nice plans that you guys have, or that last rendering, that last axon that you guys have, perhaps, or something that one, yeah, something that I was always very intrigued by, and as I have mentioned, has been your process and the way in which you started the project and the notion of scale. And creating in some extent, an extension of the city using the type of density and the vocabulary and language that exists in the neighborhood. If there is something about this project that I think does very well, is that precisely the issue of scale and creating an extension of the city. We always saw that court there, and yeah, I understand the comments. I think now seeing it from that perspective makes sense. But generally speaking, I think very well developed. And, but as I mentioned from the beginning, I was very intrigued about the way you guys worked it out. You didn't mention, yeah.
Just quick, can you go back to the previous slide? Previous to this.
The plan?
No, not the plan, is the president's, I think it's the president's board. It's not changing. Man.
What about it, Salvador?
No, the precedents, not this one, where you can see, this one right here. Okay, so I was craving to see some of that in your plan or your scheme. I think that all of these precedent studies were, thoroughly, expressed everywhere else in your project. Oh, no. You moved to another, maybe I have a delay and I'm seeing something different.
That's a delay.
It was about the precedents, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a big delay. So I was just craving to see that expressed in your graphics, those two right there. And that never happened. When I first saw this, when you were presenting, I was like, cool. Like, something to look forward to, and then it never happened. So I think that would be the next thing to solve in your scheme. But, you cannot always have everything, I guess.
Yeah, the issue of the open space, as I mentioned, was a big one here. And
Yeah.
It showed some of the, strengths and also weaknesses of our program in architecture, where we rarely think about the outside, and that's an interesting situation that I see happening. But I mean, generally speaking, the overall layout I think works well.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we did hope to I think progress the landscaping further, and it just came down to time and prioritizing the structures and trying to figure those out as much as possible.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I think that this is going to be it for this afternoon. If there are no more comments, I just want to commend you, Karen and Ali, for the great work and the entire presentation, very well put together. And it has been fascinating to see, how you have moved through this process, despite the circumstances. Thank you very much for a very good project. So now, I want to thank Salvador. I want to thank Michael Garrison, Michael Holleran, Marla, Kim, and Ellen, Cynthia, Sarah, who have been sticking around for joining us. Some of you for the entire day, and some of you for the afternoon, and some of you for this session. Thank you very much. If there are any closing comments or thoughts that you would like to share with us, don't feel obligated, but if there is anything you would like to share with us, that would be fine.
Well, I just want to say, I think schools and the way we're thinking about education, and I think affordable housing, and how the community is engaged in both are probably the two most pressing issues other than transportation in Austin. And I think it's really great that you guys took this on from the macro to the micro scale. And so I think these are issues that you're going to have a really strong opportunity to have a big input in your careers. And I think that's why they're great problems. I learned today from you all some new ideas.
Yeah, I'll just say congratulations. It's a great project, and everything that Michael just said, from the beginning to the end, from the cultural to the technical, it's a lot to take on. And I, again, I really am intrigued with the project itself and the site, the background, the connection, all of that. So well done.
I have been very honored to be in Benjamin's reviews in the past, and every year, every time that I'm invited and I see something even crazier, you're crazy, man, and I love that you are, because you're gifting these students a scope of work that they otherwise probably wouldn't have been involved with, and the students should really appreciate that from you, and I think they should thank you for exposing them to these cultural challenges and very difficult projects that are, so expands and so big and challenging again. But thank you, Benjamin, for bringing the academic level to a higher standard from other studios that I've been to, including sometimes my own. And I'm learning a lot from you, and your students did an amazing job. Putting all these things together in one semester through a pandemic is just staggeringly difficult, and you all did really good. So beautiful to watch.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think at this point, after everyone is presented, I could, you students should understand your instructor here has been torturing you this semester. This is by far the most complicated integrative studio problem I have ever seen. The preservation part of it is really complicated with no really clear. I mean, I will be very curious to see what the Parks Department, what the community come up with, but it's a very real and weird kind of design issue. Another thing that I want to commend you all about, I've said critical things about site plans, but again, in the context of the whole thing, the fact that you all are doing serious, complicated, in some cases, really brilliant site planning is just, is a whole nother dimension that often is not there at all. So, yeah, this is a remarkably complex task, very, very real, and yeah. So Benjamin dumped all that in your laps, and you stood up and did it. So bravo.
This is Kim. I just wanted to, well, first of all, just to let you know, Michael was my advisor when I was going through grad school and getting my master's in historic preservation in the School of Architecture. So it's always great to see Michael Holleran. I just wanted to really express sincere gratitude to Benjamin and the students for taking this on. I think I really appreciated what Michael Garrison said at the beginning about just really recognizing that this studio took place at an unprecedented time, not just with the pandemic, but the freeze was really, really interesting and got a lot of people thinking even further about the fragility of our society. And so I can only imagine that that is a thread that you're feeling in your work. And I think that it's true that you have, you're coming through school at a really interesting time, and I'm really excited to see where you all go. I want to also just underscore, just even for the professors that are here, just how the true benefit of working in a collaborative way with an agency like the department. We have more than 20,000 acres, 300 parks, and literally dozens upon dozens of facilities and projects. And I can't tell you the benefit it brings to our projects and to our community to have students from all over the world focusing on real life projects. And I know that for you all, it really is an opportunity to understand the messiness of public sector work. it's difficult, it's hard, there's constraints. Working with the community is both a wonderful thing and a challenging thing. There's mistakes are made, it's a challenging work. So I hope that this is something that we can continue to do. We've worked for many years, and I think we're only increasing our collaboration. I'd love to see it expand into issues related to landscape architecture and sustainability, and urban design. So I hope this is something we can continue.
I want to second that and thank all the students and Benjamin again, because really you all did contribute quite a wealth of ideas and creativity, and it will be so helpful to us as we move forward to have that to draw upon. So thank you for all the time you spent and thought and research that you put into the projects. They're quite outstanding.
I just want to end by saying, as someone who's been around the school for almost 50 years, I just want to congratulate all the students. I've been on several reviews this semester, and I've just been blown away about the quality of the work. So something's going right. And, I think whatever is going right about it is something that you all are bringing to the table. And it's really great to see the quality of work coming out of studios right now.
Thank you, Michael. And who will have thought, right? This very humble structure that is sitting there in Montopolis will have triggered these amazing ideas that we saw today. It's just a small and humble building, modest building, and the way in which you guys engage it has been just astonishing. What you have done, and we appreciate that, because at least it shows that you are aware and you are serious about this culturally charged structure that deserves attention and to be honored and to be taken seriously. And that's something that I personally really appreciate. So thank you very much, everyone, all the reviewers. Thank you very much for your participation, for your thoughtful comments, and for the celebratory way of closing this review. Thank you very much. I will, guys, let you go. I want to ask the students to stick for a little bit longer, but the rest of you, thank you again.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so guys, it was amazing. It was a very, very, very good day. I'm moved. It was amazing work. Yeah, you made me very, very proud. Sorry, it was a hard semester for us, not for everyone, for many reasons. And you did an excellent job. Seriously, you should feel very, very proud. And it was a great studio, a great time. So thank you very much for the work and for the productive conversation and for everything the entire semester. You, as I mentioned, you feel very, very proud and yeah. So please. So what I'm thinking is that if you guys want to have a conversation, one-on-one debrief, and exit interview, I'm gonna open that up for Monday morning. I'm gonna send out a schedule as usual, where you fill out, the blanks, and we have that because it's supposed to be our last session. It would be, I think, helpful to have a conversation in general. And yeah, so, and as I mentioned, everyone's welcome to our house on Wednesday afternoon. I'm gonna make some, does everyone eat beef and meat in general, or are there any vegetarians in the? You're a vegetarian? Okay, so we have to take that into account. So where the idea is to make some something on the grill and have some tacos and.
I'll take Megan's beef. No worries. There'll be plenty.
Yeah. All right. Wonderful. And yeah, it's hang out in my backyard. It looks like the weather is holding temperature wise. It might rain. If it rains, we move it to Thursday. But the idea is that we get together on Wednesday, 4:30 in the afternoon, at my place. Bring whatever you would like to drink, milk or orange juice or apple juice, right? And those for kids, right? My kid loves them. Just kidding. And let's hang out a little bit and celebrate those who are graduating, those who are about to graduate, the end of a tough academic year, and the wonderful work that you have done this semester. It's really.
Is it too late to get a new partner, or
what?
Is it too late to get a new partner?
To get a new partner for what?
Yeah, for studio.
I probably is, but
just a tad late.
Yeah, but it's gonna be some dancing competitions, and partners have to dance together, though.
Yeah, Martin and I have been practicing.
Yeah, I have to confess that it's a very tough one. I have to, these are an excellent bullshit that we have to do. Is I'm just like, seriously. I want to nominate all of you guys.
Other than drinks, is there anything we can bring? Dessert, sides, anything?
Yeah, sure. Something like that would be good. That would be good. I would put all the meat, the salsas, the guacamole, everything else. All right. So anything will be welcome.
Hey,
all
everyone's
right,
work looked awesome. Like
what?
Everyone did. Like sometimes in a studio, like a group or two doesn't really do really well. Like everyone in this studio, it was really good. It was really fun. So
yeah,
God, usually that's us. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I just said somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, y'all's was the worst. Garbage. Terrible.
We'll take it.
No, it was great.
Those renders, man, do guys. Wow,
crazy renders there, John.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Cool. No,
Ask John how long whenever those images took.
Oh, I bet.
Someone take a guess.
Don't ask that question. 40 hours.
We saw the what is it, the sign you guys made for the grocery last night, and we were like, oh.
Do you notice that it says grocers and not groceries?
Yeah, the grocers.
It's the grocers.
Yeah, it's classic, right?
Montopolis style.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I agree with you. And that's something that, I saw briefly Lucas and Martin downstairs in the afternoon. That's what we were commenting. That is very solid across the board. And yeah, by far, again, I think, and I'm not kidding when I say it's the strongest work I have ever gotten from students for studio. So good job, guys.
Who's not graduating this semester?
I think Gabrielle.
Okay, so 80% of us are graduating, right? So I mean, that's probably why. I mean, 6-7 years of education, we're all kind of this is it, top off.
Depends on this EC test.
Yeah, exactly. Look at Ali. That's the way to go. How do you do that?
I'm ready to go. 6.5 years, I'm done.
I bet you are.
Are y'all doing the graduation moment thing, the ceremony? Nice. Me too. Sweet.
Yeah, I have to sign up for that too. All right, guys. So it has been a long Zoom day. Thank you very much for again for the work. Thank you. It was a great semester. Look forward to have a conversation with you guys individually as group on Monday. It's going to be very informal, just to debrief, talk about things in general, probably 30 minutes. So keep it sweet and short, or short and sweet. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Wednesday, and that, you know, hopefully all of you can join, and if not, it's understandable. But yeah, looking forward to it. All right.
Also, happy hour tonight, Butterfly Bar. Come join me and Doug, celebrate.
It's
What
just
time- what time are you guys-
keep that in mind.
What time are you guys planning on doing that?
We said 5, but clearly I don't think we had looked at the schedule yet. So probably like whenever you can make it.
I'm driving a whole group over there around like ASAP also. So
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
We're gonna head over as soon as possible. So
Cool.
we'll see you there.
Yeah. And thank you, Ben Hameen. It was a fun studio. It was, I know that everything did not go exactly how you imagined in the beginning, but I think it still turned into very productive. And it was cool seeing the variety of work that came out of it.
Oh yeah. No, and I think Michael was right in spot when he said that I dump a lot of things. And the way you responded was outstanding. So thank you. Thank you.
Well, you were endlessly encouraging, even when there were days that we felt that we weren't coming to you with our best stuff. It was really great to be able to talk to you and get your feedback, and it was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. We're just trying to do our best. Thank you, guys. Well, you are the real heroes here. So I appreciate your comments, and yeah, looking forward to next week. And yeah, go relax, celebrate. I wish I could join you. I have a thing going on this afternoon, but otherwise I will definitely, we will make up on Wednesday, okay? All right, guys, good job.
Thanks so
you.
much.
Thanks, Ben.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Till next week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you.